All right, legends. How is everyone doing? Today is CPI. Let me know if you can hear me well. If the music is too loud, too quiet, I will adjust it. All right, legends. Turn it down a little bit. Let's see. How is everyone doing? How is everyone doing? We got some pretty interesting price action going into CPI. So we're at the level that we discussed in some of my previous live streams and videos recently. It's been a very, very important level for Bitcoin to hold. And it's going to be interesting to see whether or not we can hold this level. Can't hear music, you loud and clear. You can't hear the music at all? Guys, let me know if you can hear the music. Ideally, you hear me loud and clear, but you can also hear the music. Doing good. How are you? Pun intended. Great. I'm doing great. All right, guys. So something very interesting is lining up for Bitcoin because we're at the crucial level that we've been discussing. And this level, to keep it as simple as possible, is $80,600. The bulls, if you're bullish on Bitcoin here, you really, really want to see us hold above $80,600 for higher time frame candle closes. And that's actually what's happening right now. So let's see what comes out of CPI, which should be released in approximately 12 minutes from now. And Cardu, hey, how are you doing? X-Tech developer, hello. Hello, everyone. Nice to see everyone jumping into the stream. So $80,600, it's as simple as that. And if you're confused as to why that level is so significant, if we zoom out, you can see that that was the level that created that pivot low for Bitcoin, where we effectively pumped all the way up to $98,000. Guys, when it comes to trading, ideally you want to simplify it as much as possible. And I was reading a tweet the other day, price above line, bullish. Price below line, bearish. Keep it as simple as possible. Yes, there's a couple of complexities. You look at the higher time frame, what it would suggest. But if price remains above $80,600, it is bullish. And you can see that whenever we start to look like we're going to break down, we continue to try to hold above the level. So on the 4-hour time frame, you'll notice we had a dump, we dropped below the level, closed back above. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see if the bulls can manage to hold on to this level, the level which is the bottom of that previous range. Off to work, have a nice stream. Thank you, I appreciate you. So let's see here. As you know, my higher time frame analysis remains exactly the same, and we'll go over it again in today's live stream. I'll probably go live for, right now, it is just, I started the live at 8:15 a.m., so looking to wrap it up somewhere around noon, perhaps, but let's see. It'll be a longer one. We'll do our best to do a longer live stream. So 1 hour time frame, you can see just trying to hold on, and the data will be released here. Core inflation rate month over month, year over year, and then the overall inflation rate. So let's see. If we have a big miss, then naturally it should be bearish. But if things are, within the consensus, then not much will change. What's up? What's up? dump to 80K and bounce. So what I'm currently looking at from a trading perspective is similar price action to what we saw in the last bear markets, which we'll go over again. But what typically happens is you front run the 200-day moving average, which is this blue line. So I'll go on a daily time frame to make it a little bit more clear. This blue line is significant, and a lot of people were eyeing this blue line, gets rejected before. That's okay, that happens. However, normally what can occur in a bear market is we get a move down towards this bull market support band, and then we go ahead and have a nice move to the upside. And the question is whether this move creates a higher high or a lower high. If it creates a higher high, then we start talking about entering this big confluence zone, which we discussed several times. I mean, it's the level that I would imagine if you're any decent trader, you're looking at this level. And again, the reason why I am short before even hitting that level is simply because I know that there is a possibility that we front run the level. So I hope that makes sense. I'll tell you why it's such an important level again, but if you haven't already, I would recommend that you watch yesterday's YouTube video. It's a quick update. Guys, super critical zone here. Like, there's no denying how critical this zone is. 200-day moving average right now currently sitting around $82,400. Then we have the anchored VWAP from all-time high just below $85,000. Then we have this yellow line above, which is right at $84,000. Okay, what is this yellow line? The yellow line is the point of control of the range when Bitcoin dumped for those tariff capitulation lows. And so this is a critical range as well. So I dragged it all the way across, and you can see that it falls right in between these two levels. There's a lot of confluence here. Then we can talk about this wick within this previous range around 83,700. There's so much going for it. And just to add to this, what else do we have? Which we also discussed in yesterday's video. From the high here to the low, we have that golden pocket between 83,400 and 84,600. So if we are to move up into that zone, for me, it's basically a no-brainer in terms of shorting. That's at least what I would personally do. Yes, I am in a short, but I don't disregard the fact that we can potentially pump into that level. And it's a level that you should be paying attention to because there's just so much confluence. There's also tons of liquidity there. When you're trading, this live stream falling in line with my work lunch break, spectacular. Yeah, well, when I'm in Canada, I can try to do earlier live streams. I'll do my best to do that. But yeah, guys, it's such a pivotal zone, and we cannot downplay it. Now, I think that if we lose $80,600, we could have a sharp move down to the mid-range of this bull market support band, which is at the bare minimum targeting below $79,000, but probably somewhere below 78 for a potential bounce play. Now, if we can have this all on the live stream, that would be awesome because I am ready. I may be entering some new trades. I do use Weeks as an exchange. I also use Bluffin, as you know. Bluffin is my go-to. But right now, we're just holding on to this support level. So let's see how the price action develops. You know my levels. You know why both of these levels are so important. Bottom of that last range. We lose it. That could just be a deviation, tapping into the level and then dropping further. So let's see. Let's see how the price action develops. Dominic Sandry, what is the blue line? The blue line, this blue line up here, or the one all the way up here. The first blue line is the 200-day moving average, and we'll talk about why it's so significant in bear markets. I'll go over the historical price action. But for now, I think we just wait until we get the CPI data, and let's see if we get any kind of local volatility. Semi, I have to say, yeah, it's still my base case. I know it sounds crazy, but and I actually think that there's a chance that we can go well below there, like well below. I haven't I haven't spoken about it too much because I know a lot of people um, would give me hate for it, but I have to say I do. It's still my base case that the bear market bottom is not in, which sounds crazy. I know we have a lot of bulls on the channel as well. Um, why do you not trade prop firms? I actually have started working with a prop firm, and I'll give you guys a great bonus for that. I can mention it probably in my next video, but REU Benz, I can't pronounce Rue Benz, because I trade with my own capital. You know, I have a couple of mil across multiple exchanges, and I just trade with my own capital. I don't need prop firms. However, I can understand the attractiveness of prop firms because, you know, if you're trading with a little bit less capital and you want access to like 100 grand, well, naturally prop firms are the way to go. So I am working on a partnership with a prop firm, and it should be mentioned within my next update. Macro Fib Golden Pocket says anywhere between 58 to 39K could be an ugly summer. It's possible. It's possible. Let's see. Gemma Gov, I trade cross margin. And the reason why I say personally is because I don't think that cross margin is for everyone, especially if you're new into trading and you don't know how to manage your positions. I would honestly recommend against it. But for the capital that I have and how I've been trading, it does fit my overall trading strategy and my risk management. So I'm okay with doing cross margin. Interesting developments right before CPI, of course. Let's see what our man Walter Bloomberg. Yep, Joker in hand. We just got that. Interesting to say the least. But again, I wouldn't trade this kind of news anymore. It doesn't matter what actually happens. The markets seem to be pumping, and they're kind of just pricing in an overall ceasefire and some deal to materialize. It's loading. Hi there. Thank you for your generous. Oh, okay, guys. Guys, inflation came in higher. Okay. So month over month, same as the consensus. Core inflation year over year, 2.8% instead of 2.7. Core inflation month over month, 0.4. Consensus was 0.3. Wow. Now let's see how this price action develops. This is interesting. Guys, keep in mind I'm on the 5-minute chart, just zooming in. But guys, $80,600 is what you want to see hold if you are bullish. If you are bearish, you want to see acceptance below that level. So let's see. Spike almost to 81. So this is one of the things that I was discussing in my videos. When inflation is sticky, and remain sticky, they can't cut rates. I mean, they can, but it would just be devastating for everyone involved. It's not the right decision to make to cut rates. So, say what you want about Jerome Powell and his term is ending. All things considered, I think he did a reasonably good job. But the thing is, they can't just cut rates into a sticky inflationary environment. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens here. Are we going to get continuation to the downside? Was that the top before the 200-day moving average? And yeah, let's see. Do you mind explaining what these numbers mean? So basically, it just means that inflation is coming in higher than expected because the consensus was 0.3. So people essentially thought that it would be 0.3 and it came in higher than expected, which is typically not a positive thing for the markets, especially with people hoping for new rate cuts and the new Fed chair. I don't want to overcomplicate things because ultimately things like inflation, the unemployment rate, these things take a long time to play out. So yes, you can see some short-term volatility, but it takes a while for these things to really have a drag on the economy. And right now, everything has suggested, especially considering stocks at all-time highs, everything has suggested that things are okay up until this point. So let's see. I personally think that Bitcoin and crypto being weaker than the stock market does not mean that we're going to get some kind of crazy catch-up play. I wish it was the case, and I shared it within my community. There's nothing more that I would like than to be extremely bullish on Bitcoin. And I promise you, when the time comes to be very, very bullish on Bitcoin and the rest of the crypto market, I will be there, hopefully near those bear market lows, when everyone is calling for a much lower Bitcoin than what we'll probably get. So for now, I simply cannot justify being super bullish on crypto. I think that the moment that the stock market shows even the slightest weakness, Bitcoin will dump more. And it's frustrating, but you have to remember that, when we go further down the risk curve, Bitcoin and crypto as a whole is the riskiest of assets. I don't make the rules. Usually, in this kind of environment, especially in bear market years, in midterm years, stock markets can make all-time highs without crypto making all-time highs. So let's see how the price action develops. At this point in time, I mean, this is the 5-minute chart. Remember, the only reason I'm doing this is to make it a little bit more entertaining. I know there's a lot of streamers that will go on like the 1-minute chart and do this kind of stuff, but really, we're still holding $80,600. So until we start breaking down below that level, we're just gonna consolidate here. So let's see. Look at that candle. Wicks in both directions. Then we get a move to the upside. It's a green candle now. So it's just a lot of local volatility. Thanks for explaining and thank you for the live stream, bro. Learning a lot just by your knee-jerk reactions. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do more live streams, as I've said. I want to do longer live streams. I want to increase my tolerance for live streams. I know some people do crazy long live streams. The goal for me is to not only do live streams, but maybe even one video update a day on top of the live streams. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Right now, when I do a live stream, usually don't do a video. Let's see how the price action develops, guys. Nothing has changed from my perspective, but this is local volatility. Let's go 15-minute. You can see it's very interesting price action. Now, the guy that's keeping Bitcoin afloat, which you know by now, is our boy Michael Saylor, because the stretch product is above par. You can see he's been buying today, and the next ex-dividend date is May 15th. So there's potentially 2 to 3 more days of buying pressure, assuming that we can stay above par for Michael Saylor. Now, last time he bought billions worth of Bitcoin. like billions. So this is something that you're definitely going to want to pay attention to. I shared it in my group, but basically the website is called strc.live. So just search that up and you'll be able to track what I'm showing you right here. Right now it says that the engine is active, and now we just see what happens to Bitcoin. We're still holding above the level. There's no cause for concern until we break below the level. And if we don't, then there's a chance we get another move to the upside. I would not be entering a brand new trade here, at least yet. I'm pretty flat when it comes to this this kind of event. I hold swing shorts in the market, but right now I'm kind of just sitting on my hands and waiting to see. If we get a nice local reaction, then I'll try to enter a live trade, but for now I'm just assessing the price action. A lot of trading is literally just sitting and waiting until your levels of interest are hit. Look, looks like a nice retest of $80,600. I already shared Bitmonger Asia. The CPI news has already occurred. Guys, this is the CPI data. Consensus was 0.3 for month over month. CPI, we actually came in higher than expected. Year over year, 2.8. Consensus was 2.7. So higher than expected. But again, it's nothing crazy. Let's see. Look, we're getting some nice pumpage for Bitcoin right now, at least on the local time frame. But look how many times we've been tapping into this $80,600 level. I would imagine that the next time we tap into it could be a tricky one to hold. But so far, so good. Maybe we get some kind of sweep of these highs around $81,300, because there's some liquidity built up right around here. And this could be a nice little entry SFP short. So let's see. Shouldn't the stock market drop at open? The stock market doesn't have to do anything. The markets are irrational. Look, we're just pumping. Like, we can easily just pump. However, my base case is that Bitcoin will be making new lows. The question is, how much higher can we pump before that actually happening? Boo 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 boo. Guys, if you want to know my invalidations for my trades and all the details, the only thing that I ask is that you join my group. This is my group. If you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, you'll be able to join my group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. It is free because you're trading with your own capital. So all you have to really do, here are the steps. 1, you sign up with one of the affiliate exchange links down below. 2, you just make it your go-to account, transfer your funds on whatever exchange you're trading on to this new account. And 3, DM me the keyword CBM. You'll be prompted with a little message asking you what your UID is. And basically, once you enter it, I have a bot that will automatically add you to the group. It's free. You're trading with your own capital. If that sounds interesting, you know where to find me. But that's where I share all of my own trades and validations, things like that. I'm looking at this. I hope we can move up here, to be honest, because I would try to enter a short on stream. I think it could be very, very cheeky. Bitmonger Asia. The solution there is just create a new account. It really doesn't take that long. Um, What do you think about traders using AI auto trading? Will AI replace traders or will the market become more complex as AI grows? I think the market will likely become a little bit more complex, but the thing is, trading is all about pattern recognition, right? Obviously, you look at the liquidity and you try to find as much confluence as possible, which I constantly talk about on my channel. But the main thing that I look for is patterns. And thankfully, Bitcoin and crypto overall produces some of the best patterns to trade, in my opinion, of course. You can open up another account because you can just essentially remove your phone number from that account and then open up a new one. Or you can use a different email. There's a lot of options. Um, let's see. So we dumped with inflation coming in higher than expected, and the stock market is going to be interesting. This is the most bullish chart. Everyone pay attention. This is the most bullish chart in my opinion. And what is that chart? Stablecoin dominance, which is unfortunately inversely correlated to the crypto market. I think that this is obviously the monthly, but I think that we're likely going to hold somewhere within this zone and take off. I don't think that this was the top. Are you familiar with Bluffin hedge mode? Yes, absolutely I am. You can just flick on the hedge mode. The only thing with that is you have to um, not be in an existing trade to be able to turn on hedge mode. So hedge mode, if you didn't know, on Bluffin allows you to go both long and short at the same time. And so this way you can take advantage of both sides of the price action. Now, some of you don't quite understand why someone would go long and short, so I just thought I'd also explain that here. Basically, the reason why you would want to consider going long and short is if you're scalping versus swinging. So for example, if I have a swing trade open in the market thinking that Bitcoin will ultimately move down $10,000, $20,000 and I want to maintain that position, that could be my swing short. However, more locally, what you can do is, let's say you deem $80,600 as a pretty strong support level. Well, you can also try and take advantage of these bounces from this local zone. And so that would mean going long right here while holding your existing swing short. So you could go long, for example, take profits here. And yeah, so I hope that makes sense. Basically, you can play both sides of the market and you can have a higher time frame bias as well while trading the shorter time frame and maintaining your position. Bull flag USDT. Crypto King 726. I have to be honest, I personally prefer Bluffin to BitUnix. I think they're just great. And I have a great partnership with them. I know that a lot of people use BitUnix as well, but honestly, I would just recommend Bluffin. I can also, if you guys are a pretty big trader, what you can do is if you click Bluffin and you sign up with me, depending on how much you're trading with, if you DM me on Telegram, I can get you some really solid VIP perks on Bluffin. So basically, normally it takes several hundreds of millions of dollars in trading volume to get crazy VIP tiers and significantly reduce your fees. But if you sign up with me, I essentially have managed to reduce it to just capital size. So if you're trading with 50K, 100K, even like $1 million, I can get you really good VIP tiers. There's only a few people with me that are trading with $1 million, but I just thought I'd mention that as well. Because I know it's an attractive option, especially if you want to reduce your fees and you're a pretty big trader. Bluffin not accessible in the US. You can try, I'm not sure what works out there, but you can try Weeks, you can try Tubit. I really like Tubit as well. And I do have a great bonus with 2bit as well. So you can earn up to 60K and a lot of funds on 2bit. That would be the third link in my description down below. Any of these links work if you want to join my community for free. So let's see. Let's see how the price action develops. Interesting 15-minute candle. We dumped, we pumped, we retraced. So I hope that isn't it. I hope I didn't just jump on the live stream. And yeah, BTCC works as well, but it's not my go-to. I just have that as an option for people that want it. Watch, I started the stream. We got some nice volatility. I showed you the 5-minute candle, and then I'm going to be here for 4 hours, and it's going to stay between $80,600 and $81,300. Let's see. Yeah, Crypto Man 2025. That's also a valid thing. Although I can't advocate for that, I know it does work. Stock market opens. It's nice to be live before the stock market opens as well, because we should get some local volatility there. Let's take a look at the liquidity, because I think that there's some up above. Oof, look at that, guys. There's a lot of liquidity above us and below us, but let me refresh. Let me refresh. Yeah. A lot of local liquidity up there. If we go on the 1-week time frame, what does it tell us? Okay, there is some liquidity above us. There is some liquidity above us. I was looking at Zcash, Bitcoin, 1-year time frame. There's more liquidity below us. 7-day, I think it's pretty even, guys. Look at that cluster, $82,800. And that would be really interesting because $82,800 is effectively where we have or actually above the 200-day moving average. And it's right above this top up here. Right at that top, people have their, we got some liquidity to potentially grab there. Oops. Bluffin is no KYC. But you can choose to, like, you could do what you want, right? I actually have no issues with KYC. So when it's an exchange and I have a lot of my capital on there, I prefer to do KYC. But you don't need to. You don't need to if you don't want to. Stock futures red so far. Yep. But let's see. We've had a lot of reds and then you end up just reversing after the open. So you have a little bit of a dump and then just stocks back to all-time high. This is going to be an interesting one. Like if we just pump and the pump just continues, I mean, it's going to be pretty funny. But if we dump here, then naturally I don't think that'll bode over well for crypto. Let's see. Do I enter a cheeky short position here? Honestly, I'd rather sweep up some higher liquidity before entering any kind of new short. $80,600, legends. That's the point. That's the line in the sand before we get a revisit of the bull market support band, in my opinion, of course. Yeah, it does feel like the market just couldn't care less about economic data and the war. And there's something interesting too. Um, so we have this. Iran has warned it could enrich uranium to 90% purity if attacked by the US or Israel. 90% enrichment is widely considered weapons grade uranium. So CPI is at its highest level in 3 years. Does it matter? Will the stock market just continue to pump? And if we take a look at the open interest, this has been increasing. And I wanted to also bring this to your attention. I think it's CME Group. Yeah, this one. CME Group. So, next meeting in June, 97% chance that there's no change. Then we have the meeting in July, 95% chance. Look, as of September, there are higher odds of getting a rate hike than there are of getting rate cuts. This previously was the case. I think it was January of 2027, but now the tides are slowly turning. Look, 14.3% chance of a rate hike compared to 3.7% chance. Obviously, no changes is the consensus, but something to definitely keep your eyes on. 25, and we get into January. Oh, wow. I mean, I know this is very far away. The further away you get, the less accurate it tends to be, but 35% chance by March of next year. Very, very interesting. What did you do for a living before trading crypto? So I was a huge social media guy. I grew a lot of Instagram accounts. That was one of the main things that I did. I had a football brand, or if you're American, a soccer brand that I was posting regular content, and I actually grew it to over 1 million followers. That was essentially my business. I was selling promotions on there, and I really enjoyed it. Then I created an account which I still have. It's essentially a TikTok account of me shooting a soccer ball, football, and it has over 200,000 followers still to this day. I just haven't really posted on it. And I had a couple of brand deals with that one. And then I started crypto, but all of this while trading crypto. But then I thought, why not just do something that I'm so heavily into? And here I am with the channel. So let's see here. I think we're going to get some kind of resolution today. What's the at? I'm not going to tell you guys. I'll let you find my TikTok account if you can find it. Boo, boo, boo. Thoughts on Connor Kenny and Tyler Hill? Connor Kenny, his videos have popped up on my feed before. He just does like pretty brief market updates. I feel like it's decent. Tyler Hill, I don't really know. But again, I was sharing with you guys, I don't really watch many other crypto creators. I find that most of them are, I don't know. I found at least I made more money when I wasn't watching them back in the day when I got into crypto. And the more and more that I create content, the less and less I watch other people, because I'm reminded by you guys that you just care about what I think could be happening in the market and not necessarily other people, because if you wanted to understand what other people think of the market, you could go and watch them, right? I don't want to influence my decisions, my trading decisions based on what other people have to say. Guys, the inflation data already came out as shared at the beginning of the stream. I started the stream 15 minutes before the inflation data at 8:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Inflation, core inflation month over month came in higher than expected. Core inflation year over year came in higher than expected, just by 0.1% each. And yeah, inflation rate year over year, again, another 0.1% increase. So this is the highest level of inflation for the past 3 years, I believe. Not pretty. Tomorrow we have PPI. Thursday we have retail sales month over month. And then we have FOMC minutes next Wednesday. I would like to see a sweep before dropping. Bitmonger Asia, thank you. And guys, read Bitmonger Asia's comment right now. I filtered who I listened to. And that's what you need to do. If you don't like my content, then you don't need to listen to me, right? I'm just telling you what I think could be happening in the market based on historical patterns. And in my opinion, I still think that Bitcoin can be dropping lower over the course of this year. I want to be bullish, as I've said several times, but if you want someone that's more bullish, you can always watch someone that's a little bit more bullish. Recently, the comments on my videos, I'm seeing a lot of bulls saying that like I'm going to get wrecked and things like that. But you have to understand that from a trading perspective, which at the end of the day, I am a trader, I basically caught most of this bear market move and I've been absolutely smashing the trades. Any loss that I've incurred have been less than 50K losses, which sounds like a lot, but any win that I've incurred has also been well over 100, even 200K. I even made a 300K trade. So my wins greatly exceed my losses thus far. And for the most part, if you've been within my community, I mean, you know I shorted Bitcoin at around 123K. I took full profits on that. Then when Bitcoin dropped around here at 82K, I went long within the community, took multiple six figures in profit. Then I went short basically at the Pico top at like $97,000. Took most of my profits at around 63K. And the only move that I really missed was this one, because I was actually expecting this to potentially roll over already. But the mistake was thinking that that would be the case, because usually we can get pretty aggressive bear market relief rallies. And I think that that's what we're seeing here. So let's see. Let's see. I also hold spot Bitcoin, so I'm never fully out of the market. I sold some Bitcoin again back above $80,000. And now I just want to see what comes out of this move. So much clear outlook with my own analysis. Exactly. Perfect example of what you're saying is I disagree with you a lot, but I hugely respect your way of analyzing, and clearly your results prove that. I'm more bullish, but think it's important to keep, my mind open. Yeah, 100%, guys. So the best way to do it, in my opinion, and this was a huge mistake that I did when I first joined the crypto industry, it was just following everyone and getting exposed to the content on X. Guys, you don't want that. You don't want to have a gazillion different viewpoints flooded into your head, especially if you're a new trader and you can't, or you haven't been able to make your own decisions thus far. So the best thing to do, which I think I've mentioned maybe like a few months ago, just pick like 3 to 5 at most crypto content creators that give you a good view of the overall market, and see if overall that analysis matches with your own. The best thing that you can do in terms of a crypto trader is if you tune into, for example, my videos every day. You start the video already essentially having your opinion of the market, and then you see if my opinion matches with yours. If it doesn't, then no worries, right? So that's the best thing. A lot of people just want to enter the crypto space and have people tell them what to do. And even if it works, it can work for a while, but then what happens is naturally you get a call wrong, or let's say I get a call wrong, and someone flooded their entire money into one single position, which is just completely against anything that I've ever advocated for. So yeah, it's important that you have your own views of the market. I think it's important that you watch, you're selective about who you watch in the space. And yeah, I can't think of anything else, but just don't flood your head with tons of nonsense that you see online. There's some people right now spreading the hopium of, this is the super cycle, and Bitcoin's going to hit $500,000 by 2027. And don't get me wrong, I would love for that to happen, but history would suggest otherwise. And until history is proven wrong, I'm going to stick with history. And in the meantime, I'm never fully out of the market. So you see me shorting Bitcoin, but I hold spot Bitcoin. But again, I will always admit my mistakes. And this one it's a little bit more annoying because I talked about it within my community, but right here, guys, right at this price action, right around $66,000, I talked about a good longing setup within my community. I was on a train. I didn't have good internet connection. We had a sweep of the level, and ultimately I thought that this could push us up to around the 75K zone. I didn't expect all the way up to $81,000. So I know that there's some members within my group that currently have a short open and a long open, and they took advantage of this move. So oftentimes I'll highlight opportunities in the group, even if I am not available or around to take them, and it's up to you to make your own decision. But now you kind of get the best of both worlds if you've been longing Bitcoin and if you do think that ultimately this will resort lower, because you can take profits on the way up as well. The whole history thing with Bitcoin is just so young of an asset to just kind of say it has to be the same. Ben Browser, it doesn't, you're right. It doesn't have to be the same, right? It absolutely doesn't. However, is it the smartest thing to just fade it, right? I mentioned in my last video that perhaps if I didn't have so much Bitcoin exposure from the previous bear market, I would have accumulated some spot Bitcoin at around 60K, 65K levels. But because I already have spot exposure and I'm happy with my overall entry, which is between $15,000 and $30,000, I just didn't feel compelled to accumulate Bitcoin. So everyone has their own kind of, allocation into the market. And if you wanted exposure, it was a decent area to get exposure, even though I still think that we have a higher likelihood to roll over. Shorted Bitcoin with 50x leverage. Guys, I don't know what you want me to say to that. Remember that nothing that I discuss on the channel is financial advice. Please do your own research. I am not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. You're the one clicking the buttons. Remember that. So I share with you what I think could be happening next. I've been wrong before, but my base case remains the same. How are we doing in terms of likes, Legends? 83 likes. Guys, we must step it up. As I'm having my sip of water. We must step it up. 86 likes? Come on. Guys, let's smash that like button. Let's get this stream. If it's a 4-hour stream, we got to do minimum 100 likes per hour. So right now we're doing okay. We've been streaming for 50 minutes. Smash the like. There you go. We're back at 100. All right. So we hit our first milestone. But it's good to get a little bit of a lead here on the likes, because as the live stream continues, it gets very, very difficult to get more likes, especially as people start tuning out. So right now we're sitting at around, wait, too many gurus predict that 60K and lower, so might. Woke up and see you on live and turned you on before I even had a cup of coffee. Absolute legend. Okay, now you can have your coffee though. Nothing like a nice little live stream and a coffee. I'm wired on caffeine right now. I woke up quite early, 5:30. So it makes it for a good early live stream. How long did it take you to master trading with taking your emotions out of it? So that's a very good question. Guys, you know the saying, I think I mentioned it in my last live stream or the one before that. It doesn't take more than 6 months to get a winning strategy. There's a bunch of different strategies that work. What takes longer than that, the following 2 years, is managing your overall emotions in the market. So for me, it took, I want to say 2 to 3 years for actually managing my emotions in the market, because you're just so attached to the capital that you're using, right? And one of the best ways, which you guys are not going to want to hear it, but one of the best ways to actually manage your emotions is using less capital. If you can't go to sleep at night with an active position open, it simply means that you're risking too much capital per trade. Some of you will say, well, I have $500 and I want to turn this into $100,000. First and foremost, while that is technically possible, it is borderline impossible with proper risk management. And what I mean by this is not to discourage anyone, but when I started trading, I had a solid amount of income coming in every single month to supplement my trading. Then I got to the point where, the trades got bigger and bigger and bigger. And now I'm at a point where basically I'm content with my overall exposure in this market and how I trade. Like, it doesn't matter how much more money I make. I'm probably just going to keep this same level because it's a good amount of capital, to the point where if I have a good winning trade, I'm very, very happy with it. But it's also not too much to where if I lose, I'm just absolutely devastated. So I hope that makes sense. You have to ease your way into it, and I would recommend having a regular monthly income to allocate towards trading if you're actually interested in taking this and doing this for the long term. A lot of people just want to get in, make a few easy bucks, and then they want to get out. But in my experience, that doesn't work out. I think Arthur Hayes is he had a couple of good calls, but he's just been, I don't like him. I feel like he's disingenuous because he's constantly promoted these bullish narratives. And actually, if you check his on-chain transactions, a lot of the times he's talking about, I don't know, I might be wrong here, but I don't want to give the exact token. He's mentioned a token before, saying this token to $1,000, and then you catch him selling it at like $100. If that makes sense. So that kind of thing. So I don't trust the guy. He says a lot and he doesn't necessarily act on it. He, in fact, sometimes does the opposite. Got to be careful with these kinds of guys. 100x your entire account, DevVault trading. Close your laptop and walk away. That's how you master your emotions. There you go. That's how you master your emotions. Spoken so eloquently by the man himself. Um, how have your latest trades been? Market is rough right now. Has it been good or a bit harder now? It's been totally fine, guys. I've been shorting Bitcoin since way higher, and on my big Bitcoin short, I've made over $300,000 in profits. Right now, my trade is currently sitting tens of thousands in a loss, but it's a swing trade, and I'm happy to hold on to it until we get favorable price action. So that's the thing with swing trading. It's an amount of capital that I'm okay losing. Like if I lose the trade, I lose the trade and I move on. I've already made tons of profits on the way down, so I'm not particularly stressed. Yeah, build your capital slowly and steady. The secret, do your analysis, set your TPs and stop loss, be comfortable with the size of your position. Don't bet on getting rich overnight. It's not going to happen. There you go. I agree with you. Don't sacrifice your sleep. The thing is, I'm preaching things like this, and they are true, but I can't lie. Like when I started trading, yeah, I lost a lot of sleep over what I was doing in the markets. I was risking way too much, and there's a couple of times where I got lucky and I had some big trades, but ultimately those big trades you end up just running it back to zero without proper risk management, of course. No, I don't put any of my capital in liquidity pools. Taking shortcuts in life always works for me. I mean, it depends what kind of shortcuts. I I also think that it's very important to be efficient, and I'm a huge optimizer. So if that's what you mean in terms of shortcuts, then yeah. But if you mean you have $50,000 to your name and then you just jump into a trade with all of that money with crazy leverage, that's not a shortcut that I'm willing to take. If you have a regular job and income, how much capital would you recommend to start with when you start out? 5K, 10K, more? Guys, it's a good question, fluffy, fluffy waffle. It's a good question, but it really depends on your own situation, right? Like if you have $100,000 to your name, yeah, I think it's not unreasonable to start trading with $10,000, for example. But if you only have $10,000 to your name, you better not be trading with $10,000. Not financial advice, guys, please remember, but I'm just talking about it from experience. Don't ever risk more than you can afford to lose. I know it's basic, it's common sense, but sometimes it helps to hear this. Slow and steady wins the race. Then when you have a little bit more capital, you can make outsized bets and let your winners run. And that's when the profits can be really, really solid. I am just reading some comments here. Stock market open in 15. Yeah, Tone Serve. I'm not sure if you're in my community, but you're 100% correct. Guys, when Bitcoin was pumping to $97,000 here, I shorted Bitcoin multiple times, but I did it in a way where I shorted right around here. I took some profits on the way down, stop loss to break even. So I had my profits, price came back up, I got stopped out at break even, left with those profits. Then we pumped a little bit higher here and I entered right around here and my trade got stopped out. So I did incur a little bit of a loss. I think it was around 10K loss here. Then we moved up a little bit higher and given everything, anchored VWAP from all-time high, the bull market support band, prior resistance, I was entering a short here, and I think my entry had a stop loss at like $101,000. And I mean, you can see what happened after. So this was, yeah, one of my biggest, I think it was my biggest trade of this bear market with a realized profit of just over 300K. And right now I'm trying to keep that trade and get it to a realized profit of $500,000. If I can do that, I'd be very, very content. Now, guys, if you want to see how I've been trading this, what I'm doing in this market, reminder, you do have the first link in my description down below. If you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, you'll be able to join my private group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Then you have all the links in the description down below to some very solid exchanges that I personally use. Bluffin is my go-to. Let's see how the stock market opens. Keep your eyes on $80,600 locally. This is super critical, in my opinion, of course. Sin Games, I have to be honest, I disagree. I don't think that most people should start with paper trading. I don't think so. I think you should start with a completely insignificant amount of capital, but I don't think you should start with paper trading because paper trading, there's nothing at stake, right? And if you're able to manage that, that's okay. Go for it. But in my opinion, paper trading has never been good to me because there's not even a little bit of stress, not even a little bit, simply because, well, it's not your money. It's not real money. And when there's nothing at stake, you tend to not really understand the amount of pressure that you're under when you're using real money, even if it's just $5 of your own money. J. Rumi, I disagree. If you guys, if you spam altcoins in the chat, I'm going to remove you from the live stream. Can't have that here. All right, just over an hour streaming. Good morning, legends. Watching on the way to work. Bosco, I hope that you're listening on the way to work and not watching. Keep your eyes on the road. Unless you're on the train or subway, I guess that makes sense. Hey, Matsir, if we do our own analysis of the market and then watch your videos and find you have a different point of view, what do you advise? That's a good question, and it's a question that I don't know if I have a clear answer to, because I honestly don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think the end game, and I spoke to one of you about this, the end game, in my opinion, is that you don't watch me. I'm saying it out loud. That is the end game, where you can trade the market and you can make your own decisions without anyone else's influence whatsoever, even if it's my own, even if, you know, my channel loses viewers. I care about you guys, and that's probably the end game. I know it will probably take a while to get there, but that would be the end game in my opinion. That's like the stage that I'm currently at, where I just don't really watch anyone and I trade the market as I see fit. Devault Trading, follow your plan. How do you pronounce your name? More perfect self. My name is pronounced Matsir. Always follow your own analysis. Do. Yusuf Geo, basically the the 4-hour close was below the highlighted level. Yo, look at the rate hike odds. Vision Pulsed Fat Boy. That's a very interesting name. I did look at the rate hike odds, and you can see here that if we go all the way into March of 2027, the odds of getting a rate hike are almost the same as staying with no change. So the next meeting, you can see that we're likely just going to stay the same. In July of this year, we are likely going to stay the same, but you can see that as we continue here, the further out we go, the more and more that the hikes increase in probability over easing. So let's take a look at it again. October, rate hike odds 16.5%, ease 3.7%. December of this year, 31% chance of rate hikes. Not pretty, guys. January of 2027, 40%. It's very clear. And so my read on inflation is very simple. Higher is not better because it makes it very, very difficult for them to actually be able to justify cutting rates. And that's that. Inflation remains sticky. We talked about it on the channel for quite some time, but it takes a while for these things to play out. The market can continue to climb up the wall of worry until it can't. Yusuf Geo, thank you, Metzir, for your guidance in the crypto market. I think I've learned a lot from you, especially with risk management. I'm very, very happy to hear that, guys. Very, very happy. Interesting. It's French? Yes, my first language is actually French. Let's see what happens with the stock market open in approximately 7 minutes. I will still watch you in the next bull market cycle, 4 years, and the next bear market cycle, 1 year. I wonder if it's just going to keep... Guys, sometimes you just have to sit back and marvel over what's been happening over the past few years and how close to the same things have been, how close the cycles seem to be repeating each other. I know this time around we didn't get a crazy altcoin season. Everyone's freaking out about that. But to be honest, memes did go absolutely parabolic 2024, 2025. It was pretty insane considering we were in a different kind of era of monetary policy where we were in quantitative tightening. The cycle still played out. We topped in Q4 of the post-halving year. And I do think that we have a high likelihood of experiencing the same kind of thing in terms of a bear market bottom. I don't think 60K was the low. I don't. But now we just have to see what happens. And are we going to push up a little bit more? Some people are calling for a move to 100K and then a massive dump. And that would be devastating for everyone. Just sucking both sides of the market in and out. You did take the FOMO out of me. Awesome. That's amazing. Are you a poutine guy? Actually, it's funny you mentioned that. As you grow older, you start to... I don't know why I'm going to go on this tangent here. I guess we have 5 minutes until the stock market opens. As you grow older, you start to lose appreciation for the little things in life, and you try to remember these things. And one of those things is, this weekend, I'm literally just going to grab a baseball and a glove, and I'm just going to play some really long-range catch with one of my buddies. And after that, the plan is to have some poutines. So I'm really looking forward to that. It's so basic, so simplistic, but like, I think I'm going to come to really appreciate it. And then we'll probably rip some tennis as well. You guys know I like my tennis. Matt, we are testing the $80,600 zone. And yep, that's a very important zone. Okay. I don't see this with the CPI data rushing to 83K. Well, guys, here's the thing. As I said, $80,600 for Bitcoin is absolutely pivotal to hold for the bulls. The more and more you tap into a level, the more and more it ends up getting weaker, whether that's to the upside or to the downside. And you can see here that every single time we've been tapping into $80,600, we've managed to get some nice bounces. And now it looks like we could potentially be breaking down. So it's significant to remind you, and we'll zoom out a little bit more as we wait for the stock market to open, because this was the bottom of that range where Bitcoin had a big bounce. So acceptance above this level, true acceptance, would suggest that Bitcoin can actually move higher. And a lot of people are talking about this 200-day moving average, where Bitcoin typically experiences a little bit of resistance from that level, myself included. But I did point out that in the last bear market, what actually occurred is we front ran the level that everyone was watching, and the rest is history. So look, we had the move all the way up, almost tapping into it. Then we had a drop to the bull market support band right here. Then we had another move up. It was a lower high, and then that was it. Acceptance back below the bull market support band, and that's all she wrote. And in 2018, similar price action. We also looked at 2014. It's a similar retest. And so because the level is so what's the word I'm looking for? Because the level is viewed by all and everyone is thinking that that's the level. Okay, I'll short around here, this massive confluence zone that I highlighted. Sometimes we just front run it. But my thing here is, I think that if we do come down and we get acceptance below $80,600, I might look for a cheeky long around the bull market support band, depending on how the price action develops, and try to play this up. Whether it's a higher high or a lower high remains to be seen, but I'll keep you updated within my community if I decide to take a trade like this. But yeah, that's currently what I'm looking for. If we get acceptance below $80,600, maybe we don't get acceptance. Maybe we have another move up. But let's see, there's so much confluence right above, and I think everyone's eyeing that level. This isn't your call to just go max short, but it was my logic as to why I remain in my current short. Yeah, let's see how Sailor's doing. Oh, 849 had a big spike. Yeah, guys, I mean, the more he buys, usually while the stock market is open, he buys a lot. Like, I mean, look, 1,400 Bitcoins yesterday. So not insignificant at all. He's going to do his best here to buy some more Bitcoin. One minute to go for the stock market, or actually 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Are we getting another fake out? Are we going to bounce at support? $80,600. Super critical support. 3, 2, 1. Stock market is open. Watch out. Watch for the fake outs. The bulls want to hold on here, guys. The bulls want to hold on here. And usually the dumping and the manipulation happens from now for like the next 30 minutes or so, and then we get to see the real kind of price action. So let's see. Yeah, the reason why it seems like Sailor's buys are not doing that much is basically because the market makers know when he can and can't buy, and so they absorb it in that way. So when we pump, market makers, have a way of let's see. Guys, if we get acceptance back above $80,600, even if it's just for a short-term scalp, I might enter a long. Just a scalp long. These are some levels that I want to highlight as well. Let's see. My base case remains exactly the same. A sweep of the level, are we going to hold, is the question. Yeah, Sailor does also buy OTC, but I'm not sure if that's the case with the stretch product, if they can just... I'm not sure. I have to look into the mechanisms behind that. Aziz Light. Liquidity grab, then up again. Let's see. Maybe we get a massive rally. Legends, if you're enjoying the stream, make sure to smash that like button. It really does mean a lot. We're at 150 likes. Would like to get to 500 this stream if we can. I'll be sticking around for quite a while. Feels like the lights have dimmed a little bit. Saimori, I took a trade live a few live streams ago, and I will do another one if I see the opportunity to do so. Look, I would go for a cheeky little SFP here, but the only thing that I don't like, yeah, like if Bitcoin, the best level for me to do an SFP long would be sweeping up this ultimate low. If we grab the liquidity down there, I would actually consider taking just a little long on stream. But let's see. Been watching you for a long time. Gotta say, you're one of the best out there. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Just doing my best here. Just doing my best. I know the market conditions are shit. I think that we're going to have a great run next time around in the bull market. I still think that this is a bear market relief rally. And there's a lot of people that actually thought the same, but on this pump, they've changed their mind. And we'll see whether that was the right option or not. But I always, and I mean always, hold some spot Bitcoin. Yes, Bluffin did update its UX. Let me know if you enjoy it. I actually have been giving them a lot of feedback recently, and I think it looks much better. I think it's a little bit smoother as well. Pretty solid. Guys, if you're looking for a good exchange to trade crypto on, I trade on Bluffin, 2bit, Weeks, Velto, BTCC. Like, my main one is Bluffin, though, I have to say. They're my go-to. You can earn up to $50,000 in withdrawable bonuses. Of course, this is based on your trading volume, but if you're new, you can get some free bonuses, like a free $20 to trade with. You can get up to $1,000 in deposit bonuses. You know these promotions, but the main one here is withdrawable bonuses as well. That's the second link in my description down below if that interests you. $80,600 is not an easy level to break. Telling you guys, it's going to be tricky, but once it breaks, we could drop a few $100s, and then I would potentially look to enter a cheeky scalp long. Let's see. It would have to be an SFP. If we get acceptance below, I'm simply not going to enter a trade. It needs to be acceptance. I've never looked at Velto. How do you like that? Velto is my option for self-custody. I know that some of you aren't the biggest fan of centralized exchanges, but for me, Velto is a really good option for that. Self-custody, you connect your wallet to the exchange, and it lets you operate and trade the market as you normally do. Do you think that the market believes the next Fed chair would lower rates regardless of the consequences? No, I don't believe that. I I hope they do the right thing. Guys, inflation is high. They can't just start cutting rates here. I don't think so, at least. It's my opinion. Do 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 do. It's gonna be tricky to do a super long one now because last live stream I was at my mom's place and I had my girlfriend bring me snacks and coffee throughout the live stream. Now I'm all on my own in a studio, and I can't just call someone to bring me some coffee. Let's see. How are stocks looking? Yeah, okay. But we've seen this before. We end up holding and then boom. Let's see. Yeah, no cheese and snacks today. Ah, it's pretty dark. I'm going to turn on the light again. Hey, my friend Mathieu. I hope you're doing well. I am doing very well. Thank you for asking. Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons would be nice right now. Guys, I'm telling you, $80,600, whether you're bullish or bearish, it's not going to be super easy to break. We've been trying to hold on to it. Every retest has been successful thus far. Look, again, wick below, holding. The support is holding. Semi, I'm not going to predict a black swan. Guys, come on. I know everyone's talking about hantavirus and this and that, but I don't know. The shorts would print. One retest didn't, but it reclaimed later. Pebbles in a pond. Well, it depends what time frame, right? Check this out. Just for context, check this out. When it comes to swing trading, I typically use 4-hour candles as my entries, sometimes even 12-hour candles. And look at this 4-hour candle. Did we get a single close since the past few days? No, we did not get a single close below the level. And therefore, until proven otherwise, we can always just whoop. Here we did get the close, but I'm talking specifically about this local price action. Holding as support for now. Hi, can you show me how you drew the anchored VWAP? Hi, can you show me the anchored VWAP from all-time high? Sure. So if we go here, I could delete this. Wow. My drawings, just excellent drawings. So all-time high for Bitcoin. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So we go here. Flipping this would be very significant. So you go to the all-time high, which is right around here, just over $126,000. And then you go down to this and you click anchored VWAP. And you go to the top, the all-time high. And the reason why this is significant is because it typically acts as strong resistance in a bearish trend, and it acts as strong support in a bullish trend. So what this means is, you could see here, initial rejection, just hugging the anchored VWAP. Then we didn't quite make it there, but still posing as resistance. Here is a clear rejection, straight down, broke above, back down. And then we hadn't retested it for a long time. That's why on this rally, which I'll remind you, we took advantage of, waited for the anchored VWAP tap along with the bull market support band, and then we had a massive rejection. So just for context today, the anchored VWAP is currently sitting at around $84,850. I'm using the Bybit perpetual contract. So this should act as critical resistance if we are to make it there. But this is always going to continue to decrease along with the 200-day moving average, so long as price remains below those levels. Yusuf Geo, hey, do you not want to talk about the Zcash trade? It's not that I don't want to talk about it. It's literally just sitting at my entry right now. I typically don't talk about alts on the stream, but if I am expecting weakness for Bitcoin and I am expecting potentially Zcash to create a lower high, then I'm pretty content with just holding the position and not going over it too much on the stream. Maybe I'll do an update in the community later if you're, I'm assuming you're in the community. Anything can still happen. No crystal balls. I wish I did have crystal balls. If I'm using the weeks perp contract, will my VWAP vary so much? Will it or why? I'm not sure. Personally, guys, I like to use Bybit because it has, at least for the charting perspective. Trading, I like to use Bluffin, but Bybit, from a charting perspective, I do like the fact that it has a lot of the liquidity in the crypto space. I prefer it over Binance as well. Do you follow the thought of show me the chart, I'll show you the news? You seem to watch the news pretty closely. Yeah, I do watch the news pretty closely, and I'll tell you why, mainly for my YouTube channel's purposes. In my opinion, I think that the charts come first. I've always been an advocate for this, but I know that a lot of you that watch my my summary videos that I typically do on a daily basis like to have the news included in that content. But for me personally, I think the charts come first. One thing that people don't understand is part of me hopes that I am wrong and Bitcoin can get a significant rally. And maybe this is the moment that I've been waiting for since I got into crypto in 2016, 2017, where Bitcoin proves itself as an asset and we just go sky high and my shorts get stopped out and everyone's happy because we're so back. But I've also been let down several times in the crypto market. And again, I don't want to be a doomer, but I just don't think that this time is different, unfortunately. Whether we get continuation, I think it's going to end up in a rejection, unfortunately. But if I'm proven wrong, I'll come on camera. I'll be very honestly happy about it. Obviously, it'll suck to lose money on some shorts, but I hold spot Bitcoin. And my spot portfolio is always bigger than my trading portfolio. Maybe a little bit less now because I've de-risked in the bear market, but you get the point. I have some exposure. Mr. Sailor. Oh my gosh. Guys, it's just funny where the buying is occurring for Sailor. Look at this chart. Right at, like a few minutes ago, they just bought 300 Bitcoins, right? And naturally, that's where price bounced. So Sailor is single-handedly trying to hold on to the $80,600 level. That's so funny. Ada Love, which price level is the most critical to determine that the next big leg down of Bitcoin has begun? Which price level to watch? That's a good question. So in the more immediate short term, I'm looking at $80,600. But in this stream, I talked about potentially entering a long somewhere within this bull market support band to target the highs again. And obviously it depends on the price action, but I would say that if Bitcoin gains acceptance back below this level here, let me just zoom out a little bit more because we're talking about higher time frame. Let me drag this volume profile below this wick and below the value area high. So call it like below 75. That could be it. But until then, there's a chance here that we just bounce off the bull market support band if we are to even reject lower, because right now we're holding above $80,600. So this is, like, to answer your question, I'd probably say around here. But again, it's based on the price action. Right now we're way higher than that, so Rick Ty, correct. But I guess, sorry, 1 second. Honestly, I'm kind of liking the tunes. I found a non-copyright playlist on YouTube. Solid. Guys, it's just comical. Like, this is like a battle. I love watching this, to be honest. Like, look at this guy. He's just so cheeky. The execution here right at support. Let's see how long he can hold it up. Let's see if he can push it up. Oh, my arm is so itchy. I just got a new tattoo, and I just want to. So again, guys, if during this live stream, Bitcoin dumps, say like another $400 to around $80,200, and we grab that downside liquidity, not just this one, but ideally this big wick down, I would look to potentially play a little SFP setup. So what this means is swing failure pattern. So we drop, reclaim, and then we come back up. That's what I would be looking for, lower time frame at least. Let's see. I'll keep you updated always if I take a trade, and you'll know on the stream. But let's watch that level closely if we drop towards it, because I would be expecting at least some, like a few $100 bounce from there. I'll also do like a degen one with with like 400x leverage, just for fun. It's not going to be my regular trades. Lol, sick. I found your TikTok. Nice buzz cut. There's no way you found my TikTok. That's not the right one. Ah, you found the shitty one. That's the crypto one. I don't even use it. No, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. You guys got to find the football one. Who cares about the other one? I don't even use it. There's like 20 followers on it. King K, this actually looks like 2022. It does a little bit. Yeah, 200K followers. All right. Do you guys want me to share it with you? I can. I don't use my Insta either. I don't want to. I know a lot of content creators that have got sucked in the trap of having to post everywhere, and I don't want to do that, to be honest. It's not worth it. Keep your eyes on it, guys. We have $80,400 as a potential SFP level, but $80,200 is an even better level, in my opinion. We might be taking this live trade, depending on the price action that we get. Are you hyped for the upcoming World Cup? I am, but one thing that's interesting that I haven't told you guys about is I feel like I don't have too many friends in the crypto industry. And the reason I say this is because I don't have too many friends that would be willing to spend thousands of dollars to go see like a World Cup final. I want to, but I don't want to go alone. I feel like it would be way more fun to go with a bunch of my buddies. And most of my friends or all of my best friends are outside of the crypto industry. Okay, keep your eyes on this level, guys. I'm gonna stop talking out of my ass. Keep your eyes on this level. Let's see. Oh, speaking of which, you guys were talking about closes. We have not had a 1 hour close below the level in a very long time, since Saturday. So if we get this 1 hour close, I think that we start talking about these levels. Keep your eyes on the levels. Keep your eyes on the levels. I hope everyone is paying attention here. Watch, it's just going to nuke and I'm going to get stopped out. But anyways. See? It just wants to hold. Mr. Sailor, did you buy some more? This is going to be just a fun little one. Dun-na, dun-na-no. Dun-na-na-na-na-na-na. Thanks for the content. My pleasure. All right, guys. This looks like the first potential hourly close below $80,600. The best case scenario here for my scalp long that I'm looking to potentially do would be a move down here, and then the 1 hour closes all the way back up here. That would be epic, but I don't think it's going to happen. Let's see. We got the first level of interest, $80,400. Guys, this is going to be a scalp if I can manage to enter it. I'm going to wait for longer. I got time. I got time to wait for this. I thought you were friends with Crypto Kid. Yeah, I like Crypto Kid. He's a pretty decent guy. We get along quite well. I went on their show. I went on their live stream as well. He came on the channel once. But I don't know if it's necessarily him or just in general, but you guys didn't seem to like it when I had a collab on my channel. Half of you were like, "Yeah, it's good." The other half were like, "No." And I thought his views were valid from that perspective. Some of you were complaining about, I don't know, like prior content, but no, he's a cool guy. Let's see. What leverage do you normally use on scalps? Normally, I don't do scalps, but for this perspective, I'm gonna use a very insignificant amount of capital with a lot of leverage. But I'll let you know, guys. Let me draw an arrow to tell you guys what I'm looking for. It's so much more fun if we can get a trade on the stream. I'm kind of looking at something like that. Guys, to be perfectly clear, I am still in a big short, but I'm just trying to play this local price action on the stream. Looks like this one was swept. This could be the same scenario here, guys. Like, there's a chance that locally we get this. I'm just going to put this here as a potential option. But I'm going to wait for the one lower if we can get it. Guys, reminder, I am in shorts. My big trades are all shared within my community if you want to see how I'm trading the market. Right now, I'm taking a very, very small trade. Or I'm waiting to be able to take it. Watch, it's gonna reclaim it. We still have 2 hours until the 4-hour candle close, so like, but this is the first 1 hour close that we got below $80,600 since Saturday. So this is a pretty significant level. I'm locked in here, waiting for my level. I wanted to give... Ideally, what happens is everyone that entered here gets stopped out, and then we go for the next low. And then I'm going to try to enter. Watch, we're just going to rocket up from here. So the game plan for me would be drop below, reclaim on the 5-minute chart. Then I would enter the trade. And if we are to get back above, say, $80,600 or $80,500, call it right around here, I would just move my stop loss to break even, protect position, and hope for continuation. That's going to be the scalp long setup. Right now, locally, if you are bullish, you want to see us immediately close back above $80,600. Otherwise, we risk moving lower. And overall, my base case has been the same in this market. I still think that we have a higher probability of moving lower on the higher time frames, but right now I'd be looking to just play this scalp. I am really considering joining the community. People who are there already, are you happy? I'll let people answer you. The thing that we must understand is, let's take the community. The way that I have it structured is to try to not have a ridiculous amount of stress on my part, in the sense of always needing to provide trade setups. A lot of the times I enter trades and I just stay in my trades and I keep you updated as the price action develops. I'm not someone that jumps in and out of trades multiple times per day. I know some of you like to do that, and to each their own, but I am a swing trader at heart. And so I share all of my big swing trades in that group, and I share my overall market analysis. But yeah, if some of you are in the group, let me know, or let 24 Jinx know if you enjoy it. It's different in the sense of, because it's not a paid community and it's technically free, it removes pressure from me to always have to provide things. But when I do have any movements in the market, my group is first to know about it. Okay. And guys, as we're watching this price action, if you want to join my group, DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram. It's free. You trade on any of these crypto exchanges and you get access to the group. I would typically recommend Bluffin. It's my go-to crypto exchange. If stocks drop, yeah, Bitcoin will show weakness. But right now, on this monthly time frame, stablecoin dominance is looking bullish, which is not good for crypto. But let's see locally what happens. All right. No, don't reclaim it. I hope it struggles, and then we can try to enter a cheeky one at 82. 80.2, I should say. Um, 24 Jinx. If you're asking about transparency, I think that that's probably one of my number one things. And people in the group can attest to that. I have nothing to hide. When I lose a trade, hey guys, I lost $10,000. I lost $30,000. It's happened before, and it will happen again, most certainly. No trader is perfect, but most of my trades, most of my wins recently have been hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it makes the losses seemingly insignificant. But everyone's trading with their own portfolio size. So it's just about your overall portfolio and how much risk you want to take. But if you're asking about transparency, I mean, I will tell you when I lose. I even do it on the channel. Andy already entered a long. Andy the legend. I want to see 80,200. Sorry, guys. Maybe I was too greedy with the entry. The legend of legends. I'm so excited to go visit Andy in Spain this summer. It's going to be great. Crypto King. Oh, shoot. You found my TikTok. No. Billions Network Token. Fouadi, what is the what's the ticker for that one? Maybe we take a look. Still being patient here. The thing with trading as well is you're technically trading against other people. So, you know, you mentioned who was it? Someone mentioned that Andy entered a long already. But Andy, my guy, I'm sorry if it works out this way. But if Andy gets stopped out here, I'm looking for a little bit lower. So let's see. Let's see. This is going to be very interesting. Guys, we're trading against Andy. I am being patient here. Ideally, if you already took a long, you want to see the 15-minute close back above $80,600. I'm actually annoyed about the Rave token that I discussed on YouTube and in the community. I made like just over 60K, but it was probably like it was going to be like a generational short. And I messed up. It rallied hard on a Friday and then it started nuking, and I wasn't up when it rallied, so I didn't manage to get a new entry. Made some profits, got stopped out of break even. I feel like I would have made like $500,000 on that. And it was such a scam token too. I was so excited. The other thing with Rave as well is it was like billions and billions of market cap. You love to see it. Such a good short. Billions Network. Okay, 400K market cap. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I'll look into it. Thanks for the recommendation. Did a 20x on that rave short. I seriously forgot about it. And check the next day, seeing a 20x. Absolutely awesome, guys. Guys, all the tokens that I'm talking about in my community, long, short, it doesn't matter. I will be sharing trades in my group if you want to see how I'm trading the market. You guys know where to find me. First link in the description down below. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to be able to join my private group for free. You use 10x leverage, right? Not really. Like, I think on my most recent trades, I'm using like 3x. But leverage is irrelevant. It's the capital that you use in proportion to your trading portfolio. So you could use 500x as long as you're not risking too much. Yeah, Fouadi, I took a look at Bill on my phone. I was just looking off to the side here. Definitely something I will consider trading. All right, guys, we have 4 minutes left for the live stream. Sorry. Don't leave. No. 4 minutes left until the 2 hour mark. I'm staying much longer. But I wanted to see how we're doing in terms of likes, because we are, all right, guys, we're up to par there. 200 likes for 2 hours. Solid stuff. The goal is to get over 400 likes for a 4-hour live stream. However, if we can get to 500, it would be absolutely exceptional. Okay, guys. 15-minute candle close looks like it wants to hold above. Gosh. Annoyed. Sometimes you wait for the levels and you get front ran. And again, like I highlighted, this was a good one. This was a better one. So let's see. Let's see. Maybe I have to wait. Maybe it ends up retracing again and then we go at it again. Most people will probably not be around when it's time for the live trade. Now would be a good time for, oh, see, Sailor bought a little bit right at that dip. Of course he did. Of course he did. That's a great reaction. Still waiting. Still waiting. All right, guys, 15-minute close back above. The real question is the 1 hour close, because we got one below, a strong one below. Might have to be patient here. And I know exactly where the target is for this. It's going to be up here. So Come on, give me one. Give me the entry. I feel like my back is just hunched over like this. Okay, guys, I really need to use the washroom, so please don't dump the price. But you know what I'm looking for in terms of an entry. I'm going to be back in 2 minutes. Please don't dump it while I'm gone. I'm live right now. Matsir has left the chat. Ah. All right, guys, we're back. We're back. Sorry, I needed that washroom break. I'm annoyed. Rick tie, exactly. Because the target for this long would be up to here. I got greedy with the entry, man. Sometimes it happens. Ryan Pride, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. What are we looking at in terms of, like, did we get some longs jumping in? How did that? Gosh, I'm annoyed. Guys, type 1 in the chat if you entered at $80,400. Type 2 in the chat if you just didn't enter. I feel like most people didn't enter because I was waiting for lower, but 80,400 was a good one. Keep in mind, this is just quick scalping. Two. Yeah, makes sense. 1. Okay, legend. Yes, let's go. Let's go. I like to see a couple ones. I tried to highlight both. Obviously, I didn't take the 80,400 one, but let's see. Let's see. Couple of ones, mostly 2s. Makes sense. I bought 5 shares of MicroStrategy when you said to. I never said to buy any MicroStrategy shares. Never. I don't know who you're watching. You're just avoiding the long just because you lose entry with a couple $100. Like, what does it matter if you entered at Oscar? This is what we call scalp trading. So if I have an entry that I'm looking for, yeah, $100 makes a difference. Very, very short-term trading. So yeah, absolutely I missed it, and I have no issues doing that. My higher time frame analysis remains exactly the same from a swing trading perspective, and that is I think Bitcoin will be moving lower. So swing trading, scalp trading, yeah, if I missed it by a few $100s, I missed it, and I don't really care. I move on. I think a lot of people don't understand that mentality either. Like, oh my God, I missed it. But guys, with trading, there's literally unlimited opportunities in this market. Unlimited opportunities. So absolutely, I missed it. But again, there's a chance we wick back down. Let's see. Let's see. Crypto. I cannot buy Bitcoin through my Roth IRA, so I buy MicroStrategy. Ah, I see. Well, I have to share with you that I think that everything related to crypto, MicroStrategy, miners, everything will bleed to Bitcoin over time. I still firmly believe this. I think Bitcoin is the best performing one. And what I mean by bleed is MicroStrategy over the next, let's say, 10 years, in my opinion, if you measure it against Bitcoin, will underperform Bitcoin. So maybe in your case, my non-financial advice, if you care about the Bitcoin itself and potentially better performance, can you not get some ETFs if you can't get Bitcoin directly? Just might be an option. 78, 79K short-term buy zone. It's funny you mention that because that's actually kind of where the bull market support band starts. So this is interesting for me to consider a long. Like maybe a long that lasts a few more days. Maybe we get another sweep to the high. But so far, I missed the SFP. One thing that was really cool with the camera that I just got is the way the lenses work. I was pretty new to this. I just got mid cameras, but I'm noticing with the lenses. It's like wide lens, and the camera is literally right in front of my eyes. And I'm like, this is gonna look crazy on stream, but it actually looks like I'm way further away. Fun facts. Cameras are cool. What's the biggest trade you had until now? I think the biggest trade I've had until now, like in terms of direct profit in my pocket, so far has been 320K. And it was my Bitcoin short from $97,000. That was my biggest trade. And I'm so adamant on making that one $500,000 if I can in realized profits. When do you plan to go back to Dubai? I might actually go back relatively soon before summer, and then basically come back for summer. All right, guys. Interesting. It's an interesting 15-minute close here. Or 1 minute and 40 seconds. Maybe I get the entry I want. Let's see. The thing with BNB is it's interesting because obviously CZ has so much at stake with that, and so he does everything in his power to keep it up. So I don't know, man. It's okay. No, I'm not gonna. I would want to sweep the lows. I wouldn't enter. I'm not gonna enter here. I'm not gonna enter here. I would want to see us sweep the lows again. Sometimes these double, triple bottoms can materialize. Maybe you'll be right, and maybe we could just move from here. Yeah, stock market is hurting right now. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Be quick to come. It's already smoking hot here. Yeah, that's my concern. So I feel like I'm going to go there and I'm going to be locked inside for a long time. But that's okay. I like the heat. I've grown to like it. The only thing is when I play football at night, it's crazy. I did it last year in August, and within 2 minutes of warming up, you're just like dripping in sweat. Yeah, not a bad 15-minute candle if I'm looking for new entries. I don't know if it's going to be later in the week or what's going on, but you know, the next ex-dividend date, May 15th, 3 days from now. And you know, last time around he bought way more. Like, and they sold way more shares. Interesting. Anyways, we keep our eyes on the prize. Rick Ty, with the stock market dumping, I would be more confident to enter a short. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? You want to see us, like, honestly, I'd be more comfortable if we went up here and then I could short. But I'm still in my existing shorts, right? Oof. All right. Let's see. Let's see. You guys said Andy's in a trade. If he moved his stop to break even, he may have been stopped out. Or he might be stopped out soon. Let's see. I want to see us sweep it again. I'm sorry. I cannot justify entering here. Is it possible that this was the top? Absolutely. Guys, do you want me to just keep looking at the charts and look for this entry, or can I talk about my longer term thesis still? I'll do my longer term thesis, let's say in the next 20 minutes or so. I'll go over like how this could have been the top, how the price action can actually develop. Because the answer is yes, like that could have been the top. But there's also a lot of scenarios where you bounce from the bull market support band in a bear market and get either a higher low, or sorry, a lower high or a higher high, and then you drop afterwards. Yo, Justin, how are you, my man? Thanks for jumping into the stream. Live trade is potentially loading. Like this 80.2K level is, you know, the last real line in the sand before we go below 80K. So that's why I'm willing to attempt it. And guys, just because the first... Oh, all right. I got my chart here as well. It's interesting, you know, hourly candle, if it closes like this, it's not pretty. Look at that. It's like a perfect retest. This is why I was saying I want to be patient. Back test. Ada Love, who is Andy? Andy is from the Mind Pillar Markets YouTube channel. He does Elliott Wave Theory, and we build some products together as well, such as like Mind Pillar Intel. But someone messaged in the chat saying that he entered, and I wanted to enter my scalp long a little bit lower. A little bit lower. Give it to me. That would be crazy if we didn't go below these lows now. Imagine. No, I think we're probably going to. What I was saying, though, is don't flame me if the live trade that I take with an insignificant amount of money doesn't play out. Because this is not normally how I trade in terms of my swing trades. But because you guys are on the live stream, I think it's fun. It's fun to look for opportunities together. I'm switching tab on the live. That's funny. Tau is nuking. Yeah, man, I made 150 grand on Tau. I shorted it before they had that whole FUD event. Then it bounced back up, and I just got stopped out at break even. So I would have still been in that trade. But unfortunately, I'm not. That's okay. I just move on. Gosh. Come on. Just being patient. Oh, man. You're kidding me. It didn't even sweep the level. It's too early to tell, but still. I jinxed it. Yeah, Justin Todd, I own some copper. I don't really talk about anything other than crypto. Oh, give me a break. That would be absurd. Come on. You're saying that it didn't sweep up the low by 0.02%? That's going to be annoying. I will say, though, if we make it up to here, or maybe even sweep up these local highs on the 5-minute time frame, I could consider a short. But, like, come on. That's so frustrating. That's so frustrating. Yeah, I agree. I told you guys, so long as we hold above $80,600, things look relatively okay. But remember, if we zoom out a little bit more, we did have a 1-hour confirmed candle close below. So just keep your eyes here. Obviously, 4-hour candles are the most important, and we haven't had one of those below the level in quite some time. So keep your eyes on that. $80,600. And if you don't know why it's so important, it's the previous bottom of the range where Bitcoin effectively hit and then bounced up to 98K. So let's see. I think we might go to $84,000 now. That would be interesting. Mega Empire. That's ultimately somewhere where I would look to add to a short. But I think we're early to say something like that. All right, 245 legends. Got to ramp up this like. Guys, smash the like button if you haven't already. Let's get it to 300 likes ASAP. Let's do it, legends. Gosh. Jode Official, there's still 2 hours left. Or sorry, 1 hour and 15 minutes left for the 4-hour chart. Guys, if you want access to all of my swing trades, you know where to find me. Click the first link in the description down below. It brings you to my group. If you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, you'll be able to join. And it's where I share all of my bigger swing trades in this market. Right now, I'm essentially just looking at a scalp. And we just missed that entry. Well, that's part of trading, right? Have you ever heard of SE Dawns? Is that Southeast Dawns? I'm not. I think it's from the UK, right? I don't know what league they play in, but definitely not the top two. So I guess I kind of heard of them. I have pretty good. I would say I have pretty good football knowledge. Southeast Dawns. Global Investor 9440. Wow, 2.5 hours. I told you I'm trying my best. I want to effectively stream a little bit longer, and I'm building up a tolerance. The goal is to be able to do 5 hours and be fully present with you guys. Of course, I'll take breaks here and there, but I would really like to build up a tolerance. Bad dreams. Yeah, absolutely. That's my base case. On the higher time frames, I still think Bitcoin goes lower. Guys, just because I have a little scalp trade highlighted, it does not mean that I am like bullish long term on or bullish medium term. Long term, I'm always bullish on Bitcoin, but you get the point. Like if we take a look at the Coinbase Premium, if I can find it in my charts here, this one. I mean, look at this, guys. Just non-stop selling. So it does look like a bit of distribution here. I don't know. But it's holding up relatively well. Sailor just buying, 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 buying. But we're not seeing like some ridiculous spike yet. I mean, this was pretty big. 500 Bitcoins in one bar. Pretty crazy stuff. I know you like jazz, but do you like soul? Yes, sir. I do like soul. As I said, I have to be very, or I can't be very picky about the music that I play on stream because it's just all non-copyright music. I want to make sure that the channel stays intact and in a good position. So we're currently below $80,600. It's like this is going to be a key level for the bulls to hold if we want to have another squeeze higher towards that upside liquidity. Ada Love, when you say hourly candles, are you referring to UK time or New York time? I don't think it really matters, guys. Like this chart that you're seeing is, I mean, all the charts are typically UTC, Universal Standard Time. But guys, if you click 1 hour, like look, there's 11 minutes. It shows you here on TradingView. 11 minutes and 30 seconds until the 1 hour candle closes. You get what I'm saying? Same thing with 4 hours. It tells you how long until the 4 hour candle closes. So it's not like a, yeah. $265 legends. We're halfway through the 2 hour mark, or the 3 hour mark. 2 hours and 30 minutes. Let's smash this up. Let's get it to 300 likes as soon as possible, legends. That would be greatly appreciated. If you've been enjoying the stream, smash the like button. If you think anyone could find these streams useful or find the channel and the content useful in general, make sure to share the channel. I'd really like to grow the channel to 100,000 subscribers in the next bull market. Right now we're sitting just under or around 17.5K, I believe. There's a lot of liquidity being built up on the 3-month from 60 to 55K. Should be tapped next. I mean, it depends what you classify as next. I want to go over my higher time frame analysis so you guys are well aware as to what I think could be happening next. If you're in my premium group, I already did a video on this, but I can't pivot to that yet because now the price is dropping. Devault has been stopped out in profits. I'm a big swing trader, so. All right. I knew it was a bit fishy. Watch, we're going to create another higher low here. Sweep up the level, man. Give me a break. If it just does it again, I'm going to be baffled. We're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. Come on. Come on. Hi, when do you think oil will retrace so that Bitcoin can pump again? Actually, my base case is that oil will remain elevated for quite some time, and I think that Bitcoin may not get a significant pump. All right, guys. Again, eyeing the entry. Big wick we got down there. It's worth an attempt if we get it. Unbelievable if we don't sweep up the low. If we do this nonsense again, then I think that we'll have a big move to the upside. Not big, but could easily get a few $100, maybe towards this 81K, 81.3K. Because right now we're just kind of carving out this bottom. Sweep it, man. Sometimes you just don't get it. I'll go over the long-term thesis. Long-term or medium-term? Maybe I should have said medium-term. I consider long-term like a year after a year. The long-term thesis is that Bitcoin will continue to appreciate against the dollar forever. If the hourly closes below $80,600, I think that the level will be hit, but we might even wick to like lower than that. So then I might have to reassess the trading plan. Do I think we will see 8K or 77K first? I would be willing to bet that we'll probably be seeing 77K first. I know your question. I'm just playing with you. I think, but again, wait, were you joking? 8K? Did you mean to say 80K or 77K? Bitcoin is currently at 80,500. So if we see 77K, we're gonna see 80K. Is Tom Lee delusional? Yes. I do diversify. I have stocks. I'm planning on getting into real estate. I like Bitcoin, obviously. Otherwise, I wouldn't be spending 4 hours of my day doing live streams on the topic. Is Michael Saylor delusional? Yes. I think the Ponzi will have an unfortunate ending, or maybe he just gets away with it somehow. I just don't like... Here's the thing with Saylor. So he creates all these products to be able to accumulate more Bitcoin. Great. He wants to own, I think, over 5% of the supply. Great. But guys, it's baffling to me that he has been in crypto for so long and his average entry is $75,500. Are you kidding me? Sorry, are we dumping? Okay. You want 100K subs? Go high level scalp gamble. You will get them in 5 seconds. I don't want that kind of audience though, because yeah, no, definitely not. I cannot. Yeah, yeah. But when Bitcoin is 500K, he'll be fine, 100%. But it's just he makes me laugh in the sense of like, how do you not have a better entry? It's crazy. Like he's been a public advocate for Bitcoin for so many years. Um, it's just crazy. And every time, let's say Bitcoin's like at $80,000, 85K, he will somehow have an average, like the next week he'll say, hey, like my average entry for Bitcoin was $87,000. And it's like the millisecond that Bitcoin wicked up to that level. And meanwhile, when he releases that announcement, Bitcoin is sitting at like 80K. It's like his entries are pretty horrible. Um, he's consistently bought higher than the average daily high for months. Yeah. Yes, sir. Okay, so 15-minute time frame. We're kind of just chopping around this level. We haven't managed to sweep the lows that I'm eyeing. However, we have 1 hour and sorry, 1 hour, 1 minute and 40 seconds until the hourly close, and this does not look super great for the bulls because you got the 1 hour close below. Oh, I'm saying that if they can reclaim a 80.6, it will be significant. But we got the first 1 hour close below. Now we're potentially getting another close below after wicking to the upside here. So this is something you want to eye. If we close like this, I would suspect that we can see a move down to this level. 1 hour, like the higher the time frame, the more significant the candle closes are. Guys, wow. I mean, 50 seconds till the hourly close. That's not a great hourly candle, to say the least. And the 4 hour is going to be very significant. Marcel Humphreys, hopefully PPI saves us and the Clarity Act being passed. Oh, man. I don't know if you've been watching the channel, but when you say save us, like I've been bearish, man. I've been bearish. I hold Bitcoin and I would love nothing more than for us to just pump to infinity, but I still think that the bear market thesis will probably play out. That's a pretty, like if we close like this, 10 seconds for the hourly, it's a meh hourly candle. We swept above the level, acted as resistance. Now we go to the 15-minute again. Moon trade, scalping is stressful. Yeah, scalping is indeed stressful. I'm not a scalper. I do this on the live stream to try to help you guys out and just a little bit of entertainment, you know? But I'm not a scalper. I used to scalp. I used to. But now, with how my life is structured, with the content, with my community, and what I want to do outside of crypto, I have other ambitions. I'm a swing trader. And I usually take, I want to say, anywhere between 2 to 5 trades a month, if that. Like it's crazy. There's sometimes where I don't take trades for weeks. I just am a patient individual, let's say. All right. Um, I want to learn trading, future trading. Um, I do have a tutorial that I usually link at the end of my videos. It's like my bluff and leverage trading tutorial. I need to do more tutorials, which I've constantly promised you guys. I need to find the time to just sit and crank them out, but I want them to be very, very good. Do I own some supercars? At this point, the answer to that is no. I like to keep myself very liquid, and I also like to walk and bike and do these kinds of things. Like, I own watches, but supercars, it's, at least for where I am currently, I can get around without them, and therefore they become a burden. Guys, if you want to see my swing trades, please remember, first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram. You'll be able to join my group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. These are much bigger positions, my actual positions in this market, not the little scalps that I'm looking to trade on stream. So if that sounds interesting, you know where to find me. Bluffin is my go-to exchange, but you have the option for 2-bit, Weeks, BTCC, Velto if you're into self-custody. Solid platform too. Clarity Act failed to pass the Senate? Is that actually true? Or are we tripping? Please don't spread fake stuff. Where's the watcher guru? I don't want to miss a potential entry. Vote, yeah, that's what I thought. The vote is on Thursday. Legends, almost 3 hours and we're below the threshold. Destroy that like button. We need 20 more likes minimum to get to 300. 20 more likes. Legends, absolutely destroy that like button, especially if you've been enjoying the stream. I appreciate all of your support. We're going to keep doing these streams regularly. We've been at it for just under 3 hours now. From your analysis, since we had the first 1 hour close below 80.6K, then the 4 hour will definitely close below that level and we go lower. No. I don't know where you understood that or if I didn't explain myself well. We got 2 1 hour closes below the level. That is significant, right? That is significant because it's been a while since we got a 1 hour close below the level. Since Saturday, where we pumped back up and held it as support. The 4 hour is completely different. Right now we are below the level, but there's a chance that the 4 hour candle close ends up closing above. And if we close above, then we can have another spike to the upside. So just because the 1 hour candles close below, it doesn't mean the 4 hour has to, unless it's 4 candles, 4 1 hour candles, meaning the 4 hour time frame. Yeah, so we're currently below the level, but Were you ever deep in the crypto trenches? Worth investing the time into it? Yes, I was deep in the crypto trenches. Not worth your time, especially if you're a serious investor. It's gambling. It's gambling. You actually have better odds at the casino at this point in time, given how the crypto trenches have developed. When I first got in, I had some crazy plays. Like there was the chill guy where I did over a 10x overnight and I put in a good amount of capital. That was great. That was exciting. That was what crypto is, right? And back then, there was actually like the opportunity to hold a token for longer than a day. I started trading that and I made some good money, but then I realized that the life cycle of the crypto trenches and these shit coins that just pop off got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And that's actually why I have a tutorial on my channel talking about shorting altcoins and shit coins. Especially for this cycle, it's been absolutely lovely. So what I mean by the life cycle is you're able to hold a speculative token and it could go up for days, weeks, sometimes even a couple of months. Then it happened to drop down to you can hold it for a matter of weeks before it starts dumping to zero. Then it ended up being a matter of days to a matter of hours. Once it got to the days and I couldn't hold the token for more than like 2 days, I was like, all right, screw this. All the coins were bundled. It was just nonsense. And I am a leverage trader, right? And I am a swing trader. So I much prefer trading in the way that I do than stressing about, a token that I put $10,000 in dropping to zero. It's just not worth it. Chasing that 100x. Yeah. And I think that the clearest sign that the trenches were cooked or that they were going to start being extremely difficult and cooked is when the president of the United States launched his own crypto token. I think that that's a pretty interesting top signal, to say the least. Never that I think in our lifetime we would have seen something like that. Dini2701, hey Maddie, wish you doing good. Thank you. I hope you're doing well as well. We're getting a move up here. Do you think it's Sailor? Oh, it's not. No spike. No spike. Oh, it's so itchy. All right, couple of questions coming in, guys. So I'll try to answer Jawaldi3329 because I don't want anyone to be confused. If you watch the stream, I don't think you would be confused. So maybe you just popped in now. But basically, you said you can't tell if I'm bullish or bearish. Today's CPI data says bearish. So what are we looking at for now? And what is your take on the Clarity Act? I don't think that the Clarity Act is just going to skyrocket us. I don't believe that to be the case. I think that we are seeing bear market price action, and I think that the extent of this move is close to completion, if not already, this move to the upside. What you're seeing here on the stream is a small scalp, a potential entry if we are to sweep up this wick low. I'm looking to play that from a live streaming perspective. I won't be entering with a lot of size. It's a tiny position, just playing the probabilities of a potential bounce at around that zone. My higher time frame analysis remains exactly the same. I think that what we're seeing is a bear market relief rally, and I do think that we will have, or I shouldn't say we, because nothing that I discuss on the channel should be construed as financial advice, but what I will say is I will be looking to buy Bitcoin lower. So I'm still overall bearish on the higher time frames as we approach higher time frame resistance. Stoned Ape, I believe that you're one of the honest crypto YouTubers. Thank you. I really do appreciate that comment, because when I joined the crypto industry, I was well aware there was a lot of them that were dishonest. And the thing that I'm noticing, at least, the people that are calling for the crazy high valuations right now, and again, I would be more than happy for them to be correct because I hold spot Bitcoin, but I'm trying to give you guys a realistic view of the market. These are the same guys that were very bullish on Bitcoin at 126K. These are the same guys that were very bullish on Bitcoin at around $98,000. Right here. Guys, we're going back to all-time highs. It was just a correction. Well, I shorted the crap out of this and made so much money on the way down. So, what's the saying? A broken clock is right twice a day or something. So we're still structurally in a bear market. Now, the extent of this rally, I don't know. I gave you my higher time frame analysis, and right now, because price is a few $100s away from my potential scalp long entry, maybe I can discuss the higher time frame here. So I'll do that with you. So if Bitcoin is to rally a little bit higher, what I'm currently looking at is the 200-day moving average, the anchored VWAP from all-time high, and the point of control of this range, the tariff capitulation low range, where we dumped and then had a massive reversal, V-shaped reversal to all-time high. That's what I'm looking at as higher time frame resistance. It's a massive zone between 82.5 up to around 85K. So call it a 2.5K zone. Lot of confluence there. On top of those levels that I highlighted, if we take a fib from the local high to the low, you'll notice that the golden pocket falls right in between those two levels. This is a massive level that a lot of different traders are eyeing. And the reasoning behind why I have already been short, not only have I started my short from higher and I took profits on the way down, but in bear markets, sometimes we front run these levels. And let me show you what I'm talking about. You guys got me excited now as the stock market's dumping. So let me show you exactly what I am talking about from the previous bear markets. So let's take a look at this. We'll go on the weekly time frame, and I'll zoom out to the 2022 price action. And guys, I'm going to keep taking a look at the chat. Let me know as soon as the price is potentially dropping. But taking a look at this Bitcoin price action, what you'll notice is that back in 2022, we effectively had a massive rally in the bear market from here, wrong tool. From here to the high, it was almost a 50% rally, almost. But where did we reject? Right before the 200-day moving average. Like, we didn't tap into it. We're inches away. And this is exactly where we essentially topped out for now. So that's what I'm eyeing. Potentially the level gets front ran. Let me just check this one. Okay, we're getting close to a potential entry, so I want to make sure I'm on top of it. Then we have 2018, where we effectively rallied into above the bull market support band. Then we had another move, almost tapping into the 200-day moving average, and then we dropped further, and then we tapped into it at a later date. But the price was already down, a good amount from that high. So to me, this 200-day moving average, I know a lot of retail traders, as some of you guys like to point out, are eyeing it, but I think it's a crucial level. And I actually think that there's a chance here that we front run the level, because in previous cycles we've done it, and it's a level that everyone's watching, and we have the fact that there is so much confluence from around this zone. So if we move up towards this zone, I actually think that perhaps instead of a rejection right here, we crawl up to that anchored VWAP almost to 85K. Until we're able to confirm above this level, I would not even be looking at higher levels. Just play it level by level. And at this point in time, I think that what we're seeing here is the potential for some local toppy price action. Maybe we sweep the highs again because we looked at the 1 week time frame. There is liquidity to the upside, there is liquidity to the downside, and on the 7-day time frame, while there is more cumulative long liquidation leverage in the market, there is also cumulative short liquidation leverage in the market to consider. A big cluster right above the local highs at $82,800. But on the 30-day time frame, take a look at this, guys. $4 billion worth of cumulative short liquidation leverage, $14 billion worth of cumulative long liquidation leverage. So yeah, I hope that summarizes what I'm currently thinking, because I don't think that history would suggest that we're not going to have a crazy bullish summer. So I hope that that summarizes. And if I can take you through my higher time frame chart here, this is what I'm effectively looking at from a buying position. Sorry for all the drawings. I forgot to delete them last time around. I would start accumulating Bitcoin a little bit more below $60,000. As you know, I've accumulated Bitcoin sub 30K, between 15 and 30K in the last bear market. I didn't have a YouTube channel at the time. Not my fault. But this is the zone that I'm looking at. And from bear market bottom territory, where I would buy very, very aggressively if we were to hit these levels, it'd be sub 50K, actually. Now, I'm not saying these levels have to happen, but this is my longer term analysis. That's, of course, if history repeats. So let's see how the price action develops. Some of you don't like it when I share this chart, but at last, here we are. And yeah, those are my thoughts. I hope you can appreciate the raw thoughts on the market. I think that we're approaching higher time frame resistance. And if we can break above the anchored VWAP from all-time high, which is found at right below $85,000, so call it 85K, that would be very, very bullish. I trade Bitcoin futures. Do you trade crude oil? Not really, but I do think that oil will remain elevated for quite some time, because even after the conflict in the Middle East gets fixed or sorts itself out, there's lasting effects. Mostly focus on Bitcoin, Daniel Duran, but there are some alts that I would consider looking into if we get very, very attractive prices, such as like Hyperliquid. Oh, Fwadi, you've been on the channel for a while. Dare I say Summer Chop? Oh my gosh. I think I should, once we enter summer, maybe at the end of May, beginning of June, I'm going to title a video, The Summer Chop Thesis. And if you don't know what I'm saying, I had a I had a thesis last year just saying that basically crypto would chop around in the summer. And for the most part, we did, but we did have expansion outside of the range. And I got absolutely flamed for that. So just being honest with you guys, I have gotten things wrong before. I will get things wrong again. But it's funny you remember that, Fwadi. You must have been on the channel for quite some time. The Summer Chop Thesis. The Summer Chop Thesis. Oh, I wish I could pronounce your name like Andy does, because I know he says it on the stream very well. Paz Maria Vallejos. I'm trying my best. Hello. Thank you for joining the stream. I recognize your name. All right. Now we see. Mr. Sailor. Are you going to buy some or what? I have to be honest, there's sometimes where I ask myself, why am I even filming a video today? But I know that there's so many of you, and you guys have supported me for so long now. It feels like my duty to cover the markets, even if nothing much happens. Yeah, I said it perfectly. Awesome. Hello, Metzir. I want to show you a really interesting chart. Can I send it to you? Can you tell me the charts? Can you tell me the chart and I'll try to go find it? Okay, guys. Hey, we sweep the first low. I told you it was very strange that we didn't do it. Guys, I'm looking for a potential live trade here. I'm looking for an SFP from the highlighted level around $80,200. That is what I am currently eyeing. The summer chop thesis. The level has been swept. Sweep it. Sweep it lower. Lower. Now we have to sweep it and reclaim, guys. Remember, if this just nukes, I'm not taking along, obviously. Okay, level swept. We need a 5-minute close back above the level. 5-minute close back above the level, or I'm not taking it. If we just plunge here, no trade. The music is so intense, guys. The music is so intense with this entry here. Guys, I'm sorry. If we cannot close above the level, if this just drops further, and also, yeah, one of you guys pointed out the stock market is dumping badly, right? If the stock market just keeps dumping, naturally, it's not good for Bitcoin. I have not entered. I have not entered. Silence in the room. I don't know if you guys could hear the music. It's so intense. Oh, this is hilarious. Do, 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 do. We must reclaim it. If Bitcoin does not close back above the level, and guys, remember, $80,600 is a very, very significant level that we just lost. And we have 30 minutes until the 4-hour close. We have to close back above it. We must. Maybe I just say fuck it and I enter. My Zcash short is looking good with this as well. Wizior, bro, you clearly don't understand. I've said several times we must close back above the level. It's an SFP setup. If you don't get the SFP, you don't enter the trade. I don't just go long because the level is hit. That's not how things work. You want to see a sweep and a reclaim. That's very, it's a newbie thing to say. Bro, you have to go long because it hit the level. Like, no. It's we must reclaim it. Give me a 5-minute close above it. Oh, we also have the daily level just below $80,000. Yeah, not for me quite yet, guys. I might just pull the trigger. Do I? No. We didn't. I'm on the 5-minute chart, and guys, 5 minutes for me is crazy. I normally trade 4-hour, so please understand that. That's crazy, Wizior, though. Bro, go long, hold your words. That's insane. That's an insane thing to say. If you're new to SFP trading, then yeah, I would suggest you don't say that. That's crazy. We closed below the level. Let's take a look at the liquidity in the meantime. There's probably a lot of liquidity up above. Ah, we got a good zone down below as well. Pretty even, guys. Pretty even. And remember, this is still a bear market. Just for the sake of the stream, I will enter all right, let's see. Mm, mm. Do, 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 do. Sorry, guys. I told you just for the sake of the stream, I will enter, and I'm in right now. So let's see. But it's with this kind of price action, you just never know. Sorry, let me look at the comments. I've been because I was fiddling with my trade. We are degens here and trade on emotions. Sorry, guys. I just felt you guys were all like, "Oh, you need to enter." So then I did feel pressured. And because I'm not using a lot of capital, I was like, "Screw it, I'm gonna enter." I'm gonna move my stop to 1 second. The safest way to do it is with a 15-minute candle close above the level, right? Do, do, do. How? 1 second. Sorry, guys. It's hard to. I think it's a trap. How long are you going to stream? How long am I going to stream? Probably like a good couple hours. I mean, it's already been what? How long has it been? 3 hours and 20 minutes. Whew. Happy with that. I feel pretty good compared to the last one where I was like low energy. Here. Sorry, guys. While I'm looking at the stream, I also like on my left here is where I enter the trade. So I actually entered the trade and moved my stop to break even here. But I'm just gonna like 0.5. Let's do 0.49. Such a degen thing to do. Okay, so I've paid myself the fees, and my stop loss is now at effectively break even. Break even, stop loss, paid the fees. I hope Bitcoin just rips higher here. But if it doesn't, it doesn't. It would have been a $40 trade if that happens. Right now, if it hits my stop loss, I lose just less than $1. So 40 bucks. As I said, very, very small position on the stream. Yeah, I'm not bullish, guys. Just because I go long does not mean that I'm bullish. And I literally only took the trade because you guys were pressing me to do so. Let's see though. We got the reclaim on the 5 minutes. Now you want to see 15 minutes for potential continuation. Let's see. 400x, is that some sort of simulation? Yeah, guys, I told you I was going to take a low amount of capital with tons of leverage. 400x. No, my stop is at break even. I'm not stressed. It's fine. Look, the position was quite small for me. It's okay. So honest, Manny, not many show their live trading. Yeah, I feel like a lot of YouTubers, what they'll do is they'll say like, okay, I'm going to do live trading, and then they don't actually enter the trade. At the worst, I made $40 and I will buy myself maybe like a tuna sandwich when I get home, on my way home. Let's see. Guys, this is a much smaller trade, and I normally don't trade like this, just to let you guys know. And if you want to see my bigger trades, you know where to find me. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to join my private group, where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. You got all the links in the description down below. It's the only requirement is that you've signed up with one of these links and you start trading on there as you'd normally do. Bluffin is my go-to, but you can see that today I entered the trade on weeks. So let's see. Let's see how the price action develops. When I see a crazy percentage ROI like this, it always reminds me of like the crypto influencers that do some absolute nonsense with their ROI, and they only show the percentage. They're like, guys, look, I made 1,000%. Well, you can see right here on stream how easy it is to fake numbers without showing the actual dollar value. They go, look, I'm up 50% on this trade. It's bullshit. I'm using 400x leverage, right? So anyways, I think this is going to get stopped out. I didn't wait for like a good entry as I was highlighting, but let's see. Risk-free. So this does mean that my friends Andy and Devolt are likely stopped out in profit, and I will probably get stopped out in profit as well. I'm not going to spend the $40 on a tuna sandwich. I was just saying that I can probably buy that and maybe a few other things. All right. Well, we did another cheeky live trade. Let's see how it plays out. My position is completely protected, so I have no risk of losing capital here. But I think we're probably going to roll over. I don't think that this was the best entry. But we did it. We did it for the stream. Guys, if you enjoy the content, as always, make sure to destroy that like button, subscribe. 330 likes is very, very solid. Let's see if we can get to 400 likes on the stream. Stop me out. On the 1 minute chart. I'll probably get stopped out. I went to the gym and came back. You are still live. Respect the grind. Thank you. Why didn't you show us when you enter? I told you directly I'm entering now. But it doesn't matter. I'm going to get stopped out. When I take these trades, I usually have, because I have multiple screens. So I have the screen with the chart, paying attention to what you guys are saying. Then I have my trade set up right here. So I enter the trade, and then, yeah. But maybe next time I just show you, I don't know what you're asking. Do you want me to show you like when I click it? Because I told you guys I was doing it. Anyways, next time. Let's see. Tanish, my man. What did you work out today, Tanish? Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe I won't get stopped out. I think one thing that I'd like to do with the streams as well is like because I'm using a smaller amount of capital, if the trade ends up working out really well, I think, and I know YouTube has policies against this, but it would be pretty cool to be able to um, do some kind of giveaways on the stream, maybe. But I just don't want to get banned from YouTube. Sometimes they do that. They don't allow that kind of stuff. But it could be nice with whatever profits are made on the stream. I share it with you guys. It was a full body workout. Went after long. Nice. All those months that I'm following you, you are the most transparent guy on YouTube. Thank you, Ferrari. Appreciate you. Um, Math, it would be nice rather to show us how to find the best SFP levels. There are dozens of levels it could bounce, but which one has the most probabilities? Okay. Noted for next stream then. Do you ever use Pionex futures trading bots? No, I mainly use Bluffin and Weeks. I'm not a big fan of trading bots, to be honest. But I like to manually adjust my trades. Go full margin, bro. You're crazy. You're crazy. Full margin. Give me a break. All right, guys, that was a good 15-minute candle close, all things considered. So let's see now. Some of you were asking about the 1 hour versus 4 hour time frame from a swing trading perspective, and let's talk about it because right now this is a bearish 4-hour candle. There is no ignoring that fact. If we do close below $80,600, it would suggest that Bitcoin is in fact ready to likely move lower. So I think that this trade will probably get stopped out. Made 40 bucks, but now we see. This is not a good 4-hour candle for Bitcoin. Not at all. And if we take a look at Sailor, okay, he bought a little bit, but oh, look. They're struggling because no one's really buying this at this point in time. So they have to stay above par, above 100 to be able to buy more Bitcoin. So now it's essentially, I don't think they're going to be able to buy a ton more if I'm not mistaken. So let's see. How come you didn't get stopped out? Because we didn't hit my entry. My entry, I'm going to get stopped out. You can be sure of it. My entry is 80,215. Stop out at break even likely. I think Abyss 89. I think the Bluffin debit card is based on your region. So just so you guys know, I shared this in my community this morning. If you're trading with over $25,000, you get added to like one of my priority folders where I get back to your messages much sooner than other people. If you're trading with $100,000, you get added to a different priority folder where I pay even more attention to you. And of course, if you're trading with over $1 million, there's only a few of you that have exercised this option. Then I do get back to you much, much sooner, almost as if a friend was texting me. Again, I have to make it clear. It's not financial advice. Nothing that I share is financial advice. However, if you want to, bounce ideas off of each other in the markets and you're trading with a significant amount of capital, DM me on Telegram and I'm more than happy to work with you there. But remember, there's a lot of scammers on Telegram. The only Telegram that I have here is this one. And you can find me by clicking the first link in the description down below. That's where you can find me, and you'll get access to my group if you DM me the keyword CBM. I think this is a very bearish 4-hour candle, especially if we close below the SFP level. Guys, like that's pretty damn bearish. Do, 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 do. Lol, a small loan of $1 million. No, I'm just saying some people trade with a lot less capital, some people trade with a lot more capital. And when I started my group, I was actually answering everyone every single day, and it just became impossible because there was so much demand for effectively my time. Um, and so now I've had to separate it in that way. Otherwise, the minimum trading requirement, so your own capital that you're trading with to join my group is $500. So if you're trading with $500 and above, you can join my group for free because you're just trading with your own money. Okay, 12 minutes to go. Yeah, let's see what the 4-hour candle gives us. 1 million before leverage or after? I'm talking like $1 million in capital. In capital. But again, anything over 25K, 100K, you get added to a priority folder, and I'm happy to bounce market ideas with you. I'm just saying the more capital that you're trading with, the more attention I naturally give you, as if a friend was texting me, as I said. So I know, because I know a lot of crypto influencers are disconnected from their fans, their audience, and I want to connect with like-minded individuals like that. Rudy, hello, crypto traders. Rudy the legend. I only have one question, bro. One sec. Let me turn on the light. I'll come back. All right, let's get back to it. I only have one question, bro. If you make so much money from trading, oh wait, it went away. Wizior, I saw your question. You asked me if I make money from trading, why are you persistent about getting people to sign up through your referral link? It's simple. So I've explained this before. Some of you were asking me why I even have referral links, and the answer is yes. I make a little bit of money from these links. So the way that the affiliate system in the crypto space works is basically every time you enter a trade on an exchange, you make a tiny bit, you pay a tiny bit of fees. Now, these fees obviously are bigger if you're trading with more capital. However, the exchanges give me a tiny portion of those fees. So it's not like you're paying more to enter a trade, but I earn like a small fraction. So let's say you enter a trade and you're paying a $20 fee. I might earn less than $1 on that. So that's the way that it works, and it's a way to support the channel. So of course, that's the only requirement because you're trading with your own capital. But the reason I say that it's free as well is simply because you're trading with your own money. And if you would already be using these exchanges, well, those fees already go entirely to the exchanges. So it's a small way to support the channel. And I have nothing to hide. I've spoken about this at length before. But 95% of my money is made through trading. Carlos Herman, I mean, it's okay. It's okay. It's a fine question. I'm happy to share that with you guys. Like, it's fine. And I'm actually thinking of basically giving fees back to the community. So what we can do is, if you join my premium group, I can do a giveaway of the fees that are generated, and we can split that amongst members within the group. But yeah. It's like the fees are very, very, like they're pretty small, guys. So I hope that makes sense. Hope I've explained myself. But again, nothing to hide. And guys, it looks like the trade is kind of playing out thus far. Looks okay. It's a small trade, obviously, but it looks okay. Good one for the live stream. Okay. Ugh. Looks like you will have your tuna sandwich today. Oh, yeah. Looks like we're eating dinner today. Vincent, correct. Correct. Uh, Shemetris Shaik. So many people want something for nothing. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I like this is why I say that it is. I find weeks way better than bluffing. That's totally fine, guys. I'm trading on weeks as well. Like you can see, I have decent capital just sitting on weeks too. So I'm okay with weeks. I'm okay with bluffing, and I have the options down below. Weeks, you get 25% off all of your trading fees if you sign up with me. So talking about fees, and then bluffing as well, you get a reduction and you can earn great bonuses. Bluffing is my go-to. Let's see how the 4-hour candle closes. Deanie, my stop loss is at break even. There's no stress here. The data came out a few hours ago, crot sum. So the inflation data, just to give everyone a recap, we came in higher than expected. Core inflation month over month higher than expected. Core inflation year over year higher than expected. Inflation rate month over month higher than expected. Higher than expected. Or sorry, no, the same as the consensus. Wizyor, I will. Oof. Did we get it on stream? Z Denzo 1. I would recommend that you try bluffing. I prefer bluffing over BitUnix, personally. Oh, baby. Give me that pump. Look, this is what I was saying with the leverage. Like, guys, a 100% trade with 400x leverage. It's insane. I think we're going to struggle around $80,400 because, again, this isn't super bullish if we cannot reclaim one of these previous wicks. But the main one that I'm watching is $80,600. This is very lower time frame. I would be shocked if I don't get stopped out. $400x, what's this? It's a scalp. Some of you guys don't understand the difference between leverage and the capital that you're using. Guys, I use an insignificant amount of capital. My margin is $200 for this trade, right? In proportion to my total trading portfolio, it's, I'm just playing around here on stream. I never use 400x leverage, and I don't condone using 400x leverage. It's just a little bit of fun. This is weeks. I'm using weeks. 3 hours and 45 minutes. I think if we actually make it over 4 hours, it will be my longest live stream ever. So smash the like button for that. Smash the like button for the live trade. Almost 350 likes, guys. Destroy that like button. Let's get it done. Let's get to 400 likes. Let's get to 400 likes. Congrats for the live PB. This live stream way more fun than last one. Yeah, it's always nice when you get a trade and you get a little bit more volatility. Last one we were just like, I think we were bouncing between $200. Like, it's crazy. Matt, what is the size of this position? The amount is 1 Bitcoin, but I am using $200 in margin at 400x leverage. I'm going to get stopped out. I'm like positive of getting stopped out. Like the 4 hour. Oh, there you go, guys. I should be out. There you go. Guys, I made $40. The trade is done. The trade is done. The trade is done. I think that the acceptance below $80,600 is significant. Wizio, exactly. Leveraged Lambo giveaway. Some of you guys are funny. Let's get below 80K. Thank you very much. Because I'm also in a bigger short. Show us another live one. Well, big data pre-sales, you saw how long it looks, how long I was looking at the charts before we even hit my entry. So, probably not. Guys, that was a bearish 4 hour close. Oh. That was a bearish 8 hour close also. Now let's see what the 12 hour close gives us. Mr. Sailor. Below par. Look at that. They stopped me out and now they're off to the races. Devastating. We'll take a look at In case you guys want to see what the trades I'm in look like, this is me trading with a little bit more capital. So I'm in a short on this one. Where is he looks like a sailor too. At least dinner is sorted. There you go. Dinner is indeed sorted. Do 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 do. Where 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes, and I think we're going to wrap it up. We're kind of guys, this trade that you're seeing here, I'm up just under 10K. It was shared in my group as well. But this is like where I trade with a little bit more capital. So you know where to find me. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to join my private group. It's free. You trade with your own capital. I personally like bluffing. It's where I take my bigger trades. So yeah, that sounds interesting. You know where to find me. Oops. Can the bulls hold on here is a real valid question. Do you plan to do vlogs as well, workout videos, or perhaps sports? I would love to do that, but I have to be honest, like, do you guys actually give a crap about my workouts and me playing sports? Like, let's be real. If you guys actually like that kind of content, then maybe I could have fun filming it as well. But I'm just afraid, not afraid, but like, I don't want to put out content that no one cares about. I'd probably start a separate channel for that. Legends, we have 8 minutes. 8 minutes to get 32 likes. 8 minutes. We have to hit the 400 like. We must. Yeah, AV Creations, I think it's silly as well, to be honest. That's another thing. Like, I don't want to get targeted. But yeah, about my life, like a lot of the rich crypto influencers, they'll post like cars and watches and stuff like that. And I'm not one to just be super flexy with that kind of stuff. So I think if I were to have something along those lines, it would literally be me playing tennis. Like, guys, we have to make it. 7 minutes left. 7 minutes left. 15 likes. 15 likes is all that's needed. 15 likes is all that's needed. All right. So let's wrap up this stream with the higher time frame analysis that I've talked about so much, and I just think it's always good to have a quick recap. So I think that Bitcoin is approaching local resistance based on what we're seeing. Now, of course, a lot can change. We're literally just Tuesday. So if we get another weekly close above $80,600, that would be pretty significant for Bitcoin, because that would mean that we're effectively getting acceptance back into this range, which opens up a world of possibilities for Bitcoin. Now, the resistance ahead, which I highlighted several times in this stream, but just to give you a quick recap, very clear resistance. We have the 200-day moving average, which is constantly down because naturally Bitcoin is trading below that level, $82,400. We have the anchored VWAP currently below $85,000. We have the $84,000 level, which is the point of control of the tariff capitulation lows, highlighted on the channel as well. So I drew this yellow line all the way across, and it falls coincidentally right in between the two levels that I just mentioned. And we also, outside of the liquidity, have, oops, what's going on? We also have, from the high to the low, the golden pocket right in between those levels as well. So there's a lot of resistance ahead. But what sometimes happens in bear markets, which we highlighted, is that those levels get front ran because everyone's looking for a short from that level. Regardless, though, if we are to hit that level, I must say, based on my own system, I basically have to take a short from there. So that's definitely something to have on your radar. Now, I would say that a strong move below this wick, below the value area high of the range at like call it $75,000, would be very significant and would suggest that perhaps the downtrend can continue. Otherwise, in the more immediate short term, I actually think that if Bitcoin drops below current levels, we lose $80,000, let's say, and we would probably find support around the bull market support band, because in previous cycles, after previous bear market cycles, after breaking above the bull market support band and getting close to the 200-day moving average, we typically find support on our way back down. So this could be a decent longing opportunity, and we'll have to see how the price action develops. We'll have to see how the price action develops to determine whether or not it would be a higher high or a lower high. So yeah, this is the area that I'm looking. I'll probably enter a trade within my community as well. I'll let you know if I decide to do that. By the way, if you want to see how I am personally trading the market on a day-by-day, week-by-week basis, you have that first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to be able to join my private group. The only requirement is that you've signed up with any of these exchange links down below and you start trading on there as you normally do. Whatever capital is good for you, exceeding $500, you're essentially good to go. It's your own capital that you're trading with. The money does not go to me. You're trading with your own money. And I typically like Bluffin. It's my go-to crypto exchange. And you can see I currently have a short position open, which was also shared within my community. So yeah, that's basically it. 406 likes. I heard about a pickleball YouTuber that makes like 100K a month. That's crazy. Too many people think their life should be vlogged. What you're doing here is useful. Smash the like. Let's see. 406 likes, legends. Thank you so much. 4 hours, 400 likes. 100 likes per hour. Absolutely phenomenal. But remember, you guys are setting a pretty high standard. So when I start doing 5, 6, 7 hour live streams, I'm expecting the likes to match the hours. Which fees are lower, Blowfin or Weeks? It really, really depends, honestly. Like if you're a very small trader, maybe. Actually, I don't know. If you're a big trader, I can guarantee you Bluffin, because I can give you some of the best fee tiers in the industry because I have a very, very good connection with them. So if you're trading with me under my referral link and you're trading with 25K, 100K, $1 million, some people are, then we can get you really, really good fees, especially if you're a big trader. But I mean, I like Weeks as well. You guys saw me use it on the stream, so. Bonjour, Rick Tai. Great live. 400 likes for 400x leverage. Yep, you're right. You're right. I paid for my tuna sandwich and the rest of my lunch today. Thanks for the stream. We have, just for the sake of YouTube, we have 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left. What is the web link showing when Sailor is buying Bitcoin? You showed the page, but without the link. Yeah, because I have my links cut off. I find it looks ugly on the stream, but I mentioned it on the stream. So it is called strc.live. If you search that up, you will see his stretch product, where whenever the price goes above $100, he's able to get that excess liquidity to be able to buy more Bitcoin. The other website that I showed for Sailor is actually called, if you just search up on Google Sailor Tracker, you can track his real-time treasury analytics, and that is just called sailortracker.com. sailortracker.com. And we were kind of making fun of the fact that, you know, his average cost is 75K. Considering he's been in the industry for this long, it's not great in my opinion. But he has held through bear markets, so he is a believer. Let's see how the price action develops. Guys, we crossed the 4-hour threshold. 4-hour live stream. I feel like I'm building up a tolerance here. As always, if you want to trade with me, you know where to find me. You got the first link in my description down below. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to join my private group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades for free. If you enjoyed the content, as always, make sure to slap that like button. Destroy the like button. And as always, I will see you in the next video.